How's everybody doing?
It's the Miss Knockout Show on the airwaves. So like, if I share, if I bless, if I the flow. It's the Miss Knockout Show. Now you already know. Hot topics, music, info, and more. If you ain't tapped in, what you came here for? MKO got the vibe, that's a full takeover. From beast to biz talk, yeah, the queen stay in clover. Trending every lane, I'm the glow you can't block. When I drop gems, whole chat goes shock. We don't do brokeify, now we amplify. Stay blessed if I let the energy fly. Hit that tapify, keep it all in the flow. Cause it's the Miss Knockout Show. Knockout Show. Hot topics, beats and the glow. You rockin' with Miss Knockout. Let's go. Terrified, let's fuck.
Oh, there it is. All right, here we go. So look, what's up, y'all? Okay, this didn't come in, but we are here. How's everybody doing? Welcome, welcome, welcome to the live. Miss Jingling Baby, can you hear me over there on the Y to the Tubesy? Can we be heard on the Y to the Tubesy? Okay, because whoa. There's a lot going on. Everybody come on in. I hope everybody's doing good on this beautiful, beautiful Friday. Everybody come on in. So how is everybody doing? There's a lot going on out there. With the warification is going crazy. Did y'all see the disses that they sent us? Hey, what's up, Mangione? Hey, I got to get back out there to the next case date. It's coming up. His trial is coming up. You know, I don't understand why that double, they're playing. It's just crazy. It's like, I understand, how the system is working like that. This man's getting tried 2 times for this same doggone trial. And it's like, hello? I don't know. All right, everybody come on in. Welcome. Thank you so much for the hat, Mangione. Thank you. Good morning, good morning, good morning. So can you hear me on the Y to the Tubesy? If you're still in there, I don't know. Jingling Baby came in and left out. I don't know if she left out, but if somebody could go over to the Y to the Tubesy and let me know if you can hear me over there good. All right, so that we could keep going. All right, everybody come on in. We got a lot to talk about today. We got a lot to talk about. It is going down with the warification. You know what I'm saying? Somehow we didn't ask for it, but we got it. Good morning, Shannon. Hey, everybody come on in. We didn't ask for the warification, but we got the warification. And we got to deal with the warification. You know what I'm saying? Which is sad. You know what I'm saying? Very sad. But, what are we going to do? You know what I'm saying? We have to go along with for whatever goes on in these, hopefully till November. You saying hopefully November coming. That's why over there there was some there, but it looks like they came in, I guess. Okay, there it is. All right. So we're gonna go over, you know, after we get the room full, okay? After we get the room full, we are going to go over. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mangio. Thank you for the mark of love. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Let me get everybody talking. Hold on, y'all. Let's get everybody talking and walking and talking. This girl came in. I don't know if she left out. It's just hard to tell. But if anybody in here is on my Y to the TZ, all right, let me know if you can hear me good on the Y to the TZ. So now I'm going to need somebody to go over there because I don't know if this person is still there. Here, there, everywhere. I don't know. All right. So everybody come on in. We got a lot to talk about. Thank you so much, Mangione, and everybody that's coming in. Everybody tapify. Everybody shareify. Everybody likeify. And we're going to go into parts of the war because y'all need to know what's going on. You need to know, right? I don't even want to be talking about the war. There's so much stuff that goes on. There's so much stuff going on in America besides this doggone war, right? But I feel that he truly believes, okay, look at this. Social media slants Mr. T because he said that a congressman would be unalived in a few months after leaking his terminal illness diagnosis. Wow, I seen that clip. That was terrible. I must say that was terrible. Did y'all see that clip of the man who starts with a T that we don't like to talk about, but we have to and we do? He went on and did this press conference, and the guy was talking about something, and then he went on to disclose this man's health diagnosis and saying that he only got a couple of months to live, but he's still working. And then the guy looked at him, he said, oh, okay, I don't know if he wanted everybody to know that. Right. We don't know if the guy maybe not wanted everybody to know that. Maybe he didn't want, but this man doesn't care about anything or anybody. Okay? Now, let's read between the lines. I'm going to wait till everybody in here. I found a new appy that's like this, and this one is brand new, and it is not like the e-app, right? It's not the first minutes of your live that you got to get it popping. As a matter of fact, I should be on there now. Hey, all my rainbow people. Rainbow, where are you? So what's up to my rainbow people? So yeah, Ray J got me, was on there. Ray J is giving away a lot of moolah on the appy. All right. I'm gonna put it in my Linktree. I gotta get let me sit back. How could I need to bring this further back. Hold on, y'all. Let's move this, let's center it. See? So yeah, I'm on the appy now. While I'm on here, look. I'm on the appy. Let's switch to this girl. I'll switch to her. Look, there I go. I'm on everything at the same time. Right? So this one is brand new, y'all. I'm gonna put it in my Linktree. Okay, I'm gonna put it in my Linktree. I don't know how I can I don't know how I could share it. Am I echo over there? I think I echo when I turn the volume up. So I don't know how I can share it. All right. So everybody come on in. I want to open it up so I can see the comments. All right. So everybody come on in. We got a lot to talk about today. Ray J got me over the app. He said he'll be on today. Right. I'm going to send y'all a coded video. See, that's why y'all got to get in the Discord. This is why you gotta get in the Discord, y'all, so I can talk to you freely about these opportunities, right? Because we need to jump on something. You like my look today? Thank you, Shalaya. Welcome everybody in the room. Let me say hi to my people first. We got Samantha, we got Shalaya, we got Lizzie, we got Precious, we got Kim Bush 53, we got SC in the building, we got Clips in the building, we got Earth, OG, Nurse, Educator, we got Deshaun, and we got Carl in the building. What's up with y'all? Now my sound effects, I gotta run off the tablet until I get a new computer system. I need to put that on my wish list, right? Y'all did tell me to make a wish list, but it's like when I get off, it's like a rushing time to do stuff. Yesterday, I was up until 4 a.m. this morning working. Can you believe it? I was up till 4 a.m., right? 4 a.m. I was up. Yeah, so everybody come on in. I believe I could see your comments over here when you make them. I want to be in here so I can see I want to be able to see the gifts. You know what I'm saying? Over there. So everybody come on in to Sean. Everybody, I found a new app. To Sean. Ray J put me onto it. And it looks pretty good. It's not as hard as the E app. It's not, hold on, I'm trying to get myself in the middle. It's not as hard as the E app. It's not as hard. All right. So I'm gonna send you the link to it. Let's see. Let me see if I could get the link. Hold on. Let me see if I could get the link to my account. Let me see. Okay. Oh, I can't get out of it. I can't get out of here, y'all. I can't get off of my live. I can't get out of my own live, y'all. Well, I guess I'll get it when I get off. I'll get it when I get off. All right. So we're on there. It's the REIN. It's like rainbow, but instead of RAN, it's REN. All right. It's rainbow instead of RAIN, it's REIN. Like rainbow, they spell it. All right. So you can look it up in the playification store. But I want to get the link, but it won't let me come out of my live. It won't let me it won't let me come out of my own live. You know what I'm saying? So yeah. Okay, hold on. I'm trying to get out of it. Okay, wait. Can't get out. Okay, I'm just gonna stay in it. I'll get it afterwards. I'll get it afterwards because now I'm in it. I gotta watch for the comments and see who's coming in. All right, everybody come on in here. Now, I'm telling you, Iran been releasing these, we calling them diss tracks. So they've been making these videos. All right. I want everybody to tapify. Everybody tapify. Everybody shareify. They've been making these videos, right? And they're calling them diss tracks, right? But they're videos that from Iranian social media, and they got did y'all see the video with the Legos? Who's seen the video? We're gonna try to find them and we're gonna show them today. All right. They got the videos with the Legos, and they show on the man who starts with the T with his hands turning purple, right? And then they got another video where they're shootifying off a missileification, right? And the missileification, right, is I'm talking to this girl. She's like all over the place, sending posts out, you know. And I'm at Mary Jingling Baby, Miss Jingling Baby. Can you hear me good on the Y to the tubesy? That's all I asked is for a sound check. So she probably came in and out, you know, all over the place. Here, there, everywhere. Oh, I'm here, I'm there. I don't know where I'm at. Okay. So we're going to go over the war. All right. Nancy Guthrie, I'm telling you, that case is just dragging. It's just dragging. and we just don't know what to think of it, what to do about it. We just don't know. All right. And we're gonna get into some other stuff, but we're gonna talk about the warification. Why? Because y'all need to know about the warification. We have to educate ourselves, because the way that they depicted him in that video, right? They had a video. Let me see if I can find these videos on here. Let's see if we can find it. I could show you better than I could tell you. Okay. I said Iran videos to USA. It's okay. They got one with the Statue of Liberty, but they got the Statue of Liberty is like this. It's like a devil. It's like a devil statue. You know what I'm saying? And let's see. So let's play this video. So this is one of their videos. Okay, we're gonna play it. Let's see if I could get it. Okay, here it is. Okay, so now look at this. This is kind of creepy. I'm not gonna lie, it's kind of creepy, but this is what he asked for, and this is what he's getting. Now the world is looking at him like Diablo. You know who Diablo is. They're looking at him like when these countries, right, or terroristic countries, right, and they're looking at him like the devil. It's a terrible thing going on when they're looking at us like we're the devil. All right. So now let's play this video. Okay, let's see if I can hold on. Let's see if I can share. Hold on, I gotta put it
battery 90%.
Put it in the Bluetooth.
Connected to
Hold on, y'all.
HY30 Pro
because I'm gonna put
and
it in
MICHELLEVRACY.
Okay, hold on, y'all. All right, so let me run this through here. All right, hold on. Let's share the screen. Okay, so I want everybody to see this video because this is crazy. It's crazy. Now, how we get depicted as Diablo? You know what I'm saying? And it's like, we guilty by association with this fool. Guilty by association. All right? So now, let's take a look at this, people. Let's take a look at this. Okay, we're going to try to play it at the same time. All right, hold on. We're going to play it in the Y to the TZ, and we're going to play it here. Okay, let's listen. Why'd you go to the Statue of Liberty? Look at that. So they sending this videos. They sending this videos to us. Ain't that something? All because that thing. All because of that thing. You know what I'm saying? So we're going to talk about
tonight. Breaking news as we come on the air: the deadly storms pushing into the east at this hour. Also tonight, President Trump says he.
Okay, hold on, y'all. So we're going to get into that. So that is something else. We didn't ask for all of this, right? We didn't ask for all of this, but this is something else. If y'all was in here last night, I played the Tyrese and Tank video. Did anybody watch the Tyrese and Tank video? Did y'all watch it? The clock doesn't push me out. I should have had 1,000 people in my room. I should have had 1,000 people in my room playing that doggone Tank versus um Tyrese video. I should have had 1,000 people in my room, but I didn't because the clock does not push me out. They don't push out good content. You know what I'm saying? So they ain't push me out. Oh well, who we got over here? Is anybody in the room? I can't tell. Nope, it's nobody in the room. All right. So we gotta keep it moving and grooving. So how did everybody saying Tank won? Who y'all think that won the video, the verses last night? Do you think Tank won, or do you think that Tyrese won? Now, yes, I really enjoyed last night with Tyrese and Tank. Yes, it was really good. It was really, really good. Yeah, the Tyrese and Tank verses was really entertaining. Okay, they went back and forth and entertained each other. We couldn't tell whether they were playing or whether they were serious, but then Tank said, "That's my brother," and stuff like that. And it's all good in the hood. You know what I'm saying? Oh, now this thing. Hold on, y'all. Okay, I'm trying to get this gift gallery. Hold on, y'all. We're trying to set this gift gallery up. Let's see. Now the gifts ain't going. Oh, it's already set, I think. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Tiffany. Okay, so let's go. Let's go to the next thing. Why this isn't setting? I don't know why this isn't setting, y'all. This gift gallery, I just can't figure it out. We just can't figure it out. So that's lit up. So why this won't lit up? Why this won't light up? Why that won't? See, I don't understand. I don't understand it, y'all. Set goal. Okay. So I was setting the gift gallery all this time, and now the gift gallery won't set. Ain't that a B-I-T to C to the H? Yeah, so it won't set, y'all. For whatever reason, gift gallery will not set. I don't understand. But hey, what are you going to do? Okay, let's see if I can set it from here. No? So every time I turn around, okay, need a new goal. Okay, update. No. Okay, so I can't set my gift gallery for whatever reason. It just won't set. I don't know what it is, but it just won't do it. Yeah, I don't know what it is, y'all. But it just won't set. Let's see. Well, hold on, y'all. Hold on. It's all right. So I can't set the gift gallery. It won't set, y'all. I don't know why it is. Okay, what does this mean? Yep, it won't set the gift gallery, and I don't know why. So maybe the gift gallery is already set. No, it's not. It's not set. All right, everybody, come on in. All right, so today we're gonna kick it off, and we're gonna talk about the war. Okay, we're gonna talk about the war, and why? Because we need to know what's going on. Okay, so now the man that starts with a T, right? He's trying to do ceasefires, and the other side said, hell no, we're not going to do ceasefires with you. You started this, and we'll ceasefire when we're ready. All right? Which is not a good look for the U.S., because now We're spending billions and billions and billions of taxpayer dollars. And remember, these people out here that's really, really rich, they don't pay for tax dollars. They if anything, a lot of them they just don't even pay taxes. They got these tax breakifications. All right. So you know, they don't have tax breaks and stuff going on. So uh-oh. Hello. Hey, Lima. How are you doing? I don't know what happened. It disconnected. We don't know what happened. Okay, how you doing, Lima? What's up with you? Welcome to the live. Welcome, welcome, welcome. How are you? All right. I don't know why I don't see your comments over. I can't see your comments too good. You know, I got it going through the StreamYard, but you know what I'm saying? I can't see your comments too good. So it's all good though. We're gonna work it out. All right. We are going to work it out. Mama said work it out. Ugh. All right, so let's get into and talk about the Tank and do a recap of the Tank and Tyreek's battle, okay, which aired last night. Let me see if I could pull up a quick little recap and run it back. Who watched the battle last night? Did anybody watch the battle?
He's not joking when it comes to a third term. The harrowing video tonight, the break in the former sports star's home, his wife and children help.
Oh, okay. So this fool is talking about he won third term. Oh no, no, you won't get a third term. Are you kidding me? All right, so let's see. Let's see if we can run a little bit of this versus battle back. All right, let's see. Okay, so that's the Marge recap. Hey, let's watch a Marge recap of the tape. Let's get his take on it. I like it.
I spent a decade prosecuting Wall Street cheats, getting justice for working families.
Go by.
But
Everybody
it felt
tap
like playing
by.
whack-a-mole
Everybody share
because the
by.
system is
Welcome in.
rigged.
Hey,
Rich get richer, and everyone else struggles to get by. That's why I introduced the Robin Hood Act to make billionaires pay their fair share.
So we got to a little
child
battle
for all.
on
This message.
All
Because
right.
we have to fix our broken system to get real justice.
And let's get it popping.
I know that like the bulk of the stuff should have been,
Let's start from
Tank.
the
And
beginning.
then a lot of the Tank songs that he was performing, like the first two.
Okay, let's see if we agree with what I like Amar's take on things. So let's see. Let's see.
Hey, what is going on, everybody? What is the vibe? What is the vibe? How we feeling? Uh-oh.
Oh, he's echoing.
How we feeling?
You know, I don't know if we should play Amar back because we're on the tubes here. You gotta watch playing the other broadcasters back. So we're gonna go straight to the versus show. Okay, so let's put in Tank versus Tyrese because you know the Y to the tubes is funny, right? You could play the bigger ones, but when you play like broadcasters like him and other people, they could look over and say that you're using that, and we don't want to get involved in that. So everybody tapify, everybody shareify, everybody likeify. Okay, let me see if this one is a good one. Okay, so I watched the whole battle. I feel like let's see. I want the complex one. Wait, let's see. Let's get on the one that we had on. And I feel like a lot of people that he brought out, you know what I'm saying? He had a lot of collabs because Take is also a songwriter. You know what I'm saying? He's also a songwriter. I want to go to the main one that I broadcasted from, play a couple of clips from it. We got to play a couple of clips from it, and then we're going to go into some other stuff. All right, so let's see. Live watch party. Okay, so we want to go to the, okay, March 5th. No. All right. So let's get to the video. I think it was on Complex. Let's see. It was on Complex, y'all. Okay, Dre Styles. All right, let me find the main one that was on. Let's see. Tank versus. Hold on, y'all. So I'm going to find the main one in which I streamed it on. I think it was on Complex. So did you see when he brought out Jamie Foxx? Thank you so much, Slay. Hey, Slay Clean, what you ate there? Okay, I see Lizzie's Tia Shalea, Kim, baby Kim, OG Body Billy, a what's up? What's up? What's up with you? Ooh, I'm frozen over there. Hold on, y'all. I'm frozen over there. It froze up, y'all. Let's see. Dang, it froze up. Oh, here I go. All right, so we back in the building. All right, everybody come on. And so yeah, I felt like Tyrese had a lot of his notes was good. He sang great, he sounded great, but Tank was just so entertaining. He had people that he brought out. He brought out Jamie Foxx, right? He brought out Trey Songz. So I feel like Tank was other people. Tyrese didn't really bring out for the one that I was on, and I don't know. It should be in my history, but it's not. All right, so but we're gonna see if we could get this up. So we want to play. I want to play just a little clip of it. Last night I played the whole thing in its entirety. And the clock. Tyrese only brought out Chingy. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. That is an actual fact. Tyrese only brought out Chingy. Imagine that, y'all. Imagine that. Okay, let's see. Okay, Tank, this is Ladies Night. Mars Wiggins, ABC News. So I'm looking for the Complex one is the original one. Yeah, he only brought out Chingy. And Chingy, he didn't even do the song. I like it when you do it like that. He didn't do that, did he? Did Chingy do his song? Chingy didn't really do his song. You know what I'm saying? Chingy didn't really do his song, y'all. He didn't really do his song, Chingy. Okay, let's see. Okay, this is the watch party. Yeah, what's the one that did they take it off? They might have took it off. Yeah, so I played one straight through, and they had Ebro up there talking, but they showed it straight through and stuff. But let's see. Let's see. I want to play one where they have the commentator. They're talking, they're stopping, they're going. They're stopping, they're going, they're stopping, they're going. You know what I'm saying? And all of a sudden, boom, we're lost in translation straight through that clips. All right. So yeah, we're gonna leave them on alone. Okay. Who won? No, we don't want that one.
You again, sir. Ladies and gentlemen,
knowing how to code. This is Base 44. This is the first look at the current industry-leading AI app builder, and you wouldn't believe the kind of apps that people are creating. Smart nutrition apps, inventory trackers, onboarding tools, you name it. And if the only thing stopping me from
actual contest, this is them talking.
She was making sure that the band, if one note is off, let's run that back, just that one word, let's pick it up right there.
Okay, let's see.
Definitely.
So see this. He's gonna. I can't find it. Let me try to find it, y'all. Hey, what's up, Be Nice? What's up with you? I haven't seen you in a little while. How are you? I haven't seen you in a good little minute. What's up? What's up? What's up with you? Everybody come on in. So we're talking about this Tyrese battle that happened last night. This guy's doing a watch party, and I don't want to see him, commentating and talking. All right, so let me see. Yesterday, I think it went till 12 o'clock. Did we go past 12 o'clock last night? Who was in here last night? Did we go past 12 o'clock? Okay, so this guy is watching it. Okay, let's see. This guy was watching it. Let's see if this one. So I want to find doesn't have a comment so that we can. I feel like Tank won because Tank brought out more like collabs. Yeah, this one is talking too. They might have all. All right, so we're gonna go another way with it because they might have took the original one. We played one straight through where there was no comment last night, and it was just the verses, and I can't find that one for a reason. I believe it was cut. Let me see. Everybody went in. Everybody continue to tapify. Everybody continue to shareify. Welcome to the live. I'm Miss Knockout. How's everybody doing? All right. So we're gonna talk about a lot of stuff today. Yes, we probably gotta go back into the war. Why? Because the thing that starts with a T is in over his head, and it's gonna be a hard. Okay, here goes Complex, right? I thought I subscribed to him. No? I thought I subscribed. I could have sworn it was Complex that aired the live people. Everybody come on in. My computer's really slow because I need a new computer in order to run these programs. streaming on all these platformifications, I got to get a stronger computer. And until everything that's going on since we recapped yesterday. So let me go into my notes. Okay, hold on. All right. Hold on, y'all. Hold on, y'all. I'm pulling up my notes. Thank you so much. Who was that? Okay, who was that? Thank you so much for the share, Deshaun. Thank you, thank you. So I'm going into my notes. Then I did my research on the updates. I want to bring it to you every day. Why is it important for us to know about? Hey, Trish K, what's up with you? Why is it important for us to know about the warification, right? Because we never know when it's going to start. Like we're seeing it, right? And everything is happening over there, all right? You know, these innocent little school kids. Good morning, hey, Trish. Hey, everybody. These innocent little school kids got attacked. A lot of them got unalived. For what? Like the kids are innocent. You know what I'm saying? We live in a world where we don't protect the kids. We don't protect women. We don't protect the victims. Nobody is safe, right? Thank you, Trish. Right? And we have to kind of protect ourselves. And one of the ways to protect ourselves is through information, right? Information is key to protecting ourselves. You know what I'm saying? It is key. And if you don't have the information, you don't know, then you'll be sitting in your house one day and you'll look out the window and you'll say to yourself, well, why is everybody running through the streets like a wild banshee? Why is that? It's because you didn't get the memo and the info and keep up with what's going on with the warification, right? Now, the warification is a very, very serious thing right now. I'm saying it's not Monopoly. It's not a game. These people ain't playing with us. Now, these people are real hip to what's going on. Hey, Bevy, they're really hip to what's going on, right? They're really hip to it, and they know what's going on, right? And they are privy to the EpiPen files. They know about all of that, and they just like are in the know of everything that we're doing right now, right? And they're sending little messages out like that video I just played, and they have another one with the Legos, right? And they're sending these messages out, right? Hold on, I gotta go into the notes again. Hold on. Hold on, y'all. Gotta pull up my notes again. Hold on. Okay. So now let's pull this up. Let's get this going. So I want to give y'all a detail of going through my notes on what's going on. And then we're going to go to a couple of video updates, right? So where we left off yesterday was kind of, he's giving them and feeding them, oh, I want a ceasefire. Here is the terms. And then Iran is saying, take those terms and shove it up your kazoo because we ain't giving in to nothing. We ain't doing no ceasefire. We're going to keep going, and we're going to show you that you met your match. You met your matchification, right? And then the man who starts with a T, I think he's kind of realizing, right? He is kind of realizing that he's in over his head. Hold on, y'all, I'm getting my notes together. So he's in over his head, and he, has to make amends, right? Because at the end of the day, our tax dollars are going into this. At the end of the day, our tax dollars are going into this. We have no control over it. All right, hold on, y'all. We got no control over this. Our tax dollars are going into it. And, we kind of got to go along with the system of what's going on. And we really don't want to go along with the system, but we're kind of guilty by association. All right. So this is for March 27th. Okay. Now this is no longer a tension or a proxy thing. It's being described as an active U.S. Israeli and war with Iran, now entering the fourth week. Israeli is involved. Okay, the conflict began on February 27th, right? 28th, 2026. Wow, the time is flying, right? The time is flying. I believe that this fool actually thinks that he can drag this out all summer to November. But something is going to give. I'm telling you, something is going to step in and save us from this madness, right? Somebody better grow a backbone in Congress. It can't be all Jasmine Crockett talking all the time. She's only one person. She seems like one of the few people, and that the Asian congressman, he stands up, the one that was grilling cockeye. Okay, there's a few of them standing up. I don't have their names offhand, right? But we need some more people with some backbone, right? When you vote, we gotta vote people in, but we don't know if they got backbone. And if you do got a little backbone, the backbone disappears with that thing that starts with a T. It makes your back disappear for some reason. What's up, David? Hey, it makes your backbone disappear. Okay, so the war has expanded beyond limited strikes and continuing attacks on Iranian the military infrastructure, and everything's all alleged. Let me put my alleged sticker up here. Hold on. Everything's all alleged, because you know how the clock be getting. Okay, hold up. Let's put everything all alleged. And everything is all facts. We're reporting from my notes. Is alleged. Okay, everything is alleged. All right. You let me know it's good. Is that good? It's not covering my face, right? So it expanded. The Iranian retaliation expanded across the region, and major global fallouts tied to the Strait of Hormuz, Hormuz. Somebody tell me how to pronounce that word. This is an Iranian word. And the oil markets. Now, mysteriously, everything seems to orbit around oil with this dude, the Mr. T man. Some kind of way, every conflict that he gets in involves oil. Every conflict that he gets involved with involves oil. Why is that? Because he wants to get his cold, clammy hands on the oil, right? Believe it or not, there is a method to his madness, but the method to his madness is not in our favor and in favor of the people. The method to his madness, allegedly, is to line him and his cronies' pockets. He's made the most money a sitting P to the residente has made almost in history. And I'm going to pull that number up. But let's talk about the war now. I don't want to stray off the topic. So the biggest thing out right now, despite the repeated claims from Trump that Iran has been heavily crippled, they're losing, they're this and they're that, and it's further from the truth that we're ever going to get. You ever had somebody, a friend, right? Who has a friend that you listen to, right? And every time they speak, you say to yourself, wow, I can't believe a word this mother Hubbard is saying. Who got one of those friends? Put a yes in the comments. If you got one of those friends that every time they talk, you say to yourself, like, I don't believe a word this mother Hubbard is saying right now. I just don't believe him. Right? I know people like that. You got to pour water. If they hand you a glass of water, right? They say, oh, here goes some water knocked out. And then you go, oh, thanks. And then you got to pour a little bit of the water on the ground to see if the ground burns before you drink it. That's that man that starts with a T. That's how you got to treat him. You got to pour the water on the ground to see if it burns first before you drink it. Right? I have a family. You got a family member. Yeah. Every word out their mouth is a lie, a lie, a lie. Hey, Trisha. Hey, Bevy. Hey, everybody. I see everybody coming in. And so you got to take everything that he says with as a grain of salt, because you got to weed through what he's saying is what is the truth, what's lies, what's Memorex. You got to weed through it, because if you take everything that he's saying as truth, you'll be as lost as those people. Now, you know why they made that video with the Legos, right? Because they said that that's the only thing that those people that follow him understand is like you got to build Legos with them. And that's kind of funny. That's a little funny, right? And so let's continue on. Now, the man that starts with a T keeps claiming that Iran has been crippled. We are winning. You know, they're this and they're that. And Iran is saying, so delusional. Right? And then he's like, oh, yeah, we're in talks for a ceasefire. And Iran was like, we'll do a ceasefire when we're ready. Now it's up and it's stuck. Okay? So the U.S. intelligence assessments say only about 1/3 of Iran's missile arsenal can be definitively confirmed as destroyed. Only 1/3. Another third may be damaged or buried, but officials do not know how much for sure, because a lot of Iran's arsenal is dispersed and hidden underground and stored inside of tunnel networks. And why is all of this to say is the man that starts with a T does not know how much was destroyed. He's just saying whatever's good enough to sound for us to hear. as per usual, right? As per usual. So the point matters because one of the central questions in this war is whether the USA and Israel are actually close to military success, or whether they are in danger of middle stage where they're done enough damage to provoke a long conflict, but not enough to eliminate Iran's ability to fight back, right? So in other words, we don't know how much of their equipment, missiles that were damaged. Therefore, we don't know their capabilities to continue fighting us back. The Pentagon cited roughly a 90% drop in activity, and the U.S. Central Command says around 2/3 of the production facilities have been destroyed. But even with that drop, Iran is still launching attacks and still signaling endurance and still maintaining leverage through geography and economic destruction. So Iran, and everything's all a legend in Miss Knockout's line, is still tacking our bases over there, our networks, our soldiers on the front line are in danger, you know what I'm saying? And you know, we are in over our heads. I'm telling you. The man that starts with a T thought he was going to go in there, bullify them, take over, take their oil, do what he wants, hoopity hoppity hoop. And they said, not so fast, Mr. Sir. All right, because we are going to give you a run for your money. Hold on, y'all. I got to get the Tickfinity back up so y'all could talk. All right, because I got the speaker working. You know what I'm saying? They're giving him a run for their money. All right? So, the second giant thing that's going on is the Strait of Hormuz. This is the waterway, the choke point for roughly 20% of global oil and gas flows. And the man that starts with the T is fixating his eyes on that region. Why? Because Iran is in wealth of over 200 billion barrels of oil. And he wants to get his cold, clammy hands on it. He wants to get his cold, clammy hands on the oilification. And Iran is saying, hell no, I ain't going. We're going to give you a run for your money. But in the midst of him targeting the Strait of Hormuz, Hormuz, how do you pronounce that, y'all? He is stagnating not only our oil and making our oil prices go up, he's stagnating it globally. So it's affecting many countries. Now, we're going to get into this later. I also seen that they voted, right? We're going to get into this. Sidebar, and we're going to come back to this. They did a vote on whether they should look at slavery as the most heinous crime in history, right? And all the countries around the world voted yes. And guess who voted no? The U.S. to the mother freaking A. Those fools in Congress voted no. We don't want to look at slavery as anything. It's nothing to us. We're going to get into that later. That one, it made my doggone bloodification boil. Who's seen that? We're going to go into that in depth. Did anybody else see that? We're going to come back to that because we don't want to, because my mind is going all over the place. There's so much stuff to talk about on this Friday. We're going to get back to that. All right. What's up, Terrence? What's up, Spooky? Okay, wait, let me pull up my notes real quick. I want to give you, let's see what. Okay, we're going to come back to it, but I want to tell you about it so we could put a pin in it. Okay, so it is tied to the main, let's see. So they voted on, right? The UN voted on, hey, Miss Naka, hey, what's up, Spooky? What's up with you? I heard about that yesterday and it's BS. Yeah, you think it's BS? Yeah. So they voted on the UN, all the people around the world sitting there. They voted on whether to recognize slavery, especially the transatlantic slave trade, as a crime against humanity. Right? And they called for all countries to vote. And guess who voted no? The US to the mother freaking A. And that's it just made my, we're going to go into that in depth, but let's go back to the war. Okay, we want to do one thing at a time, but that thing, it really, like, I really, like, I was balling my fists up. These people just, you can't erase history. You just can't, especially something as big as that. Slavery is a big part of U.S. history. Am I right or wrong? You ain't going to sit there and act like it didn't happen. All right? Of course it's a crime. Yeah, of course it's a crime. Of course it is. Why is the U.S. voting no for that? Well, look who's in office and look who's running the floor. The Democrats don't have no say. It's all about the Republicans now until November. Hurry up, November. All right? So, let's get back into the war. Okay, so the second giant thing that's going on is about the Strait of Hormuz, which is the waterway and the choke point of roughly 20% of the global oil and gas flow. Now, 20% might sound like a small percentage, but as far as globally, it has a big effect on how we are affected globally, not just us. And what this man that starts with a T and his shenanigans with this war is causing everybody hardship when it costs to oil, gas flows. We need oil resources for a lot of things. To heat our homes, to run stuff, to run our cars. Right? And this man that starts with a T is messing, is effing with it. So Iran has turned it into the center of the war's economic battlefield. And it has reports that Iran is effectively imposing a toll booth system, focusing approved ships through closely controlled routes, demanding cargo and crew information, and in some cases, reportedly collecting payments through intermediaries. And it's described as a dramatic reduction in shipping traffic, major market disruption, and intense international concern over safe navigation. And what does that mean? That means that they got to be careful on how they ship the oil out to get it to us. Because the thing that starts at the T can bombify these ships at any time because they're over there. So this fool is messing with our oil and everybody's oil. Right? So that's why this conflict is not just a Middle East story. Thank you so much. Everybody get your orange heart. Everybody tapify. And everybody blessify Miss Knockout so she won't be brokified. All right? Blessify Miss Knockout so she won't be brokified. All right? So, this is not just a Middle East story. Thank you, me. Thank you, everybody getting your orange heart. This is not just a Middle East story. All right? This is a world economic story. So the crude oil is about at 110.86, and the WTTI is around $97.01 on March 27th. And even after a slight weekly pullback, those are still a huge jump from pre-war levels. In other words, what we're paying for oil is skyrocketing high because of this fool that starts with a T going down there and messing with these people. Thank you, Zoe. Thank you, everybody that's coming in. Welcome, welcome, welcome to everybody that's coming in. We're on all platformifications. All right. Trey Bay is here. What's up, Trey Bay? Hey, what's up with you? So, because that man whose name starts with a T is going down the road messing with these doggone people. Now, I don't have a car, right? But who out there got a car? If you got a car, thank you so much, Zoe, then this is going to directly affect you. We'll all be riding motorbikes and electrical bikes by the time he finishes with us, right? Because the more they pay for oil out the gate, the more it's going to go up. I do. Okay, you do. Yeah, a lot of people use their cards. How you going to get to work? How you going to get it? Sometimes you got to scrape and rape for scrape for gas as it is. Right? Aileen says she do. Zoe says, yep. Bevy says I do. Yeah, people got cars. The reason why I don't have a car is because I live in the middle of the city. So I don't have a car and I don't need a car to get around. Thank the Lord. I've conditioned myself to get around with no car because I felt like a car is an extra bill for me. So that's why I don't have a car. But there's people that do get cars. There's people that rely on their cars. There's people that work far out and drive to work. It takes an hour, half an hour to get to work. Some states don't have public transportation like New York. You need a car. Now what? Right? So everybody come on in. We're giving an update on the war, VIA, my notes, and then we're going to go through some videos and we're going to talk about the war. Right? So there's a huge jump from pre-war prices. All right. And there's reports about 11 million barrels a day have effectively been knocked out of the normal supply flow. At least 11 million barrels a day. It's been knocked down because they have to carefully get these ships in and out because the man that starts with a T is reckless and he can bombify them at any time. So they got to watch how they move the ships with the oil that we need to run our cars because that man went down the road messing with them people. And now we are in some shiznit. Everybody come on in, keep tapifying, keep sharifying. All right, keep likeifying and blessifying Miss Knockout so she won't be brokified. So, with the International Energy Agency warning that this is the worst than the oil shocks of the 1970s. Now, I don't know, and I don't remember that. Just a little bit ahead of me. But we probably got people in here that remember. Who remembers the oil shocks in the 70s? Analysts cited that prices could go much higher if the war continues into June. If this war continues, thank you so much, Daybreak. If this war continues into June, it's going to be a lot going on. See, the USA and the man that starts with a T thinks in his bright mind that we're going to run them out of their resources to fight back. But see, Iran has other people helping them. He got other people helping him. He got other countries partnering with them against us. Like I said, us and China should always be best friends. If I was president, us and China would be best friends, and us and China will rule the earth, but in a good way. Because we will create an economic gold mine. Everybody owes China. Everybody owes China. China is the bank account of the world. China makes everything. They can make a new you. If you look over to China, they probably got another you. They make Gucci bags, Louis bags, anything they could duplicate. They're far in technology than us. Right? All these countries got cures to the big C. The USA is banifying all the cures to the big C. Did you hear about that? That's another story for another day. That country found the cure for the big C, and the USA banned it. Why? Because they're not looking for the cure. They're looking to keep pumping money out of you. If they cure things, then you don't have to pay money out your pocket. You're not going to use your health care. You know how much it costs? And I researched it. For me to get my breast cancer treatment in 2012 cost $250,000 altogether. $250,000. And with the 5 year, I had to go 5 years after that to follow up. And I'm still supposed to go to follow up. I stopped going because, doctors burn out. I'll start going again. But after the pandemic, I stopped going to the doctor. They said, oh, you got to go to follow up to make sure it doesn't come back. Then my doctor told me, you had to if it doesn't come back in 2 years, it's never going to come back. Because, she's a teaching breast cancer surgeon. She works at NYU, and she teaches all those surgeons. She's like one of the top ones in the country. But they still had me coming to the doctor once a year for 5 years. And I said to myself, why am I still going to the doctor? I sit on the thing. They do this. They touch this. They say, okay, you're good. Come back next year. And they get paid all this money to give me a check my vitals, look at it, say, oh, you good. How could you tell that I'm good unless you give me a CAT scan? That's when you're really going to tell if I'm good or not. The scary thing that you guys lay in and you do your body. That's how they could really tell. Right? Mammogram, you got to go every year. That's separate. I'm talking about the doctor's visit. Yeah, I got to go to my mammogram this year. Yeah, ladies, go to your mammogram. I tell girls, even if you're in your 20s, don't wait for the doctor to tell you, oh, go to your mammogram. There's women that's getting the B cancer in their 20s. So I tell people, don't wait to go in your 30s or whenever they say. Go before that. And do your checks in the shower. Right? So let's get back to the warification. So when people ask, when is Iran, what is Iran doing back if its military has taken such damage? And the answer is Iran is leaning into asymmetric power. And it describes Iran as moving away from conventional strength and towards insurgent. They're asking me to verify myself. Hold on. I'm right here in the clock. No, the clock wants to know if I'm right here, and I'm right here. And then they do that so you won't. I know why they do it. The clock does that because there's no more sleeping on the line. If you do, remember you used to see all these sleep lies when people put the camera on them and then they go to sleep in the bed and they wake up and they got all these gifts or not, right? Well, the clock kind of put an end to that. Why? Because if you don't get up in time to do that verification, then it's going to shut your live off and it's going to end it. So it gives it so that was 1 hour in. Then it gives it again, I think, in 3 hours, then in 5 hours. But if you have somebody in your box, it doesn't give it to you. See, I studied these things. That's all my streamers that stream out there to know. Okay, it gives you every 1 hour every 3 hours and every 5 hours, they give you the verification. So if you do it in an hour and you go off and do something, you know what I'm saying? You run to the store, you go take a dump, then you better be back in an hour to catch that next verification. Everybody come on in, everybody tap a 5. I'm giving my updates on the war, VIA, my notes, and then we'll go to other people's video. But I like to give my notes and my research first. All right. So everybody come on in, everybody tap a 5. We are now streamifying on all platforms. All right, on all platforms. So if you can, Trey Bay, can you hear me over here, Trey Bay? I think Trey would have told me if she couldn't hear me. She would have been like, I can't hear you, knock out. Right? I don't know if she's still in there. But everybody, you know, we're on the Y, we're on the F to the Booksies, we're on the XEXEXE, and we're on the Twitterlation, and we're on the new place, Rainbow, REINBOW. I'm going to put it in my Linktree, all right? It just started in March. How many people are on the E-app? Put a yes in the comments if you're on the E-app. I haven't been to the E-app in a while because for me, in my mind, it's a rich get richer app and the poor stay poor. The people at the top stay at the top and the people at the bottom stay at the bottom. With this app I found, and I'm going to put y'all onto it, when I get off, I'll put the link in there. I can't get it now because I'm watching it on my other phone to make sure people don't come in, right? And you know, and you know, they'll get at me, right? But on this app, that Ray J put me onto this app. I was watching Ray J's live, right? I was watching his live, and they gave Ray J 1 million coins. They gave him 1 million coins to give away, and plus Ray J is giving away money. He's giving away $100, $200. He gave away $1,000 last night. Candy Girl, shout out to my girl Candy Girl. Candy Girl won coins last night. She was in there. I didn't get a chance to follow her because by the time I went and seen her, he had ended the live. Yeah, so shout out to Candy Girl. She got some coins last night. She won from Ray J. She dropped a nice gift. So it's a new appy. It's brand new. And the idea is we want to jump on something that's brand new. It doesn't go like the e-app, right? If you got content, you could rise to the top of the app, right? And it goes by your consistency and your time, okay? R to the bow. Yeah, you know about that? Who knows about it? Who knows about it? Who knows about it? Somebody type it in the comment and we're going to pin it. It's REINBOW, right? It's in the playification store and it's in the appification store. I'll be putting a link to it and I'll be in the Discord after I get off and I'll link it. And that's why y'all got to join my You'll got to join my Discord because I be fighting. No, that's not how you spell it. That's not how you spell it, Deshaun. It's REINBOW. That's how it's spelled. Not like rainbow. Exactly. Okay? So that's it, y'all. So now look for that in the Play Store. Find me. I'm the same name. It's the same name over there. Okay? Miss Knockout everywhere. Everywhere Miss Knockout. I'm on that. So now you can watch the playback from the Miss Knockout show on the Y to the Tubesy, on the Face to the Booksies, on the XEXEX. Wait, hold on, y'all. Hold on, I gotta look at this. Hold on. Oh, shucks. So it look like the Iranians is allegedly, I just got an alert, y'all. So Iranians are allegedly hacking into, wait, hold on. Let me look at this again. Hold on, y'all. So the Iranians, I just want to make sure, the Iranians hackified into the personal email account of who you think they hacked into. Not the man that starts with a T. I'll give you a hint. That's the hint. Whose email? See, it's going to be on and popping. It's going to be on and popping. They got into his email, his personal email. He better get to erasing because they got into his email. No, yeah, Kash Patel, the head of the FBI. Everything's all a legend. Iranians got into his email. Yes. He's in the email like this, look. And they like this. So we get into that. We got so much to talk about today. We got so much. Everybody get your popcorn. Okay, let's finish talking about the war. We ain't even get to the videos yet. Yeah, so it's on and popping. If they could get in his email, they could get in a lot. They could get in a lot of their emails. Bondi, Kakai, the man that's starting the T, I don't know. He better have some heavy duty doggone protection on his email. Woo! I gotta take a sip of my water behind that. Ooh, we gotta look into that. Okay, so let's get back into it. So the conflict, so let's see, where was I? So Iran is moving away from conventional strength and toward insurgent style methods, missiles, drones, mines, maritime pressure, and regional disruption. In simple terms, Iran may not be able to dominate the skies or win a straight up conventional war against the US and Israeli, but it can absolutely make the war expensive, chaotic, globally disruptive, and politically painful, right? So in other words, Iran might not win the war. They might not have enough artillery and manpower, but keeping the war ongoing is digging in the USA's pocketbook, and not only the USA's pocketbook, but the pocketbooks around the world in the other countries. And the other countries are upset because it all goes back to the man that starts with a T. Okay, they think that Iran don't have technology. They do. Happy Friday. Thank you for the happy Friday. Thank you so much. Luna Bell is here. Hey, Luna Bell. Hey, I'm trying to come on early, Luna Bell, for my people in London. I woke up a little late last night because we was up. We late this morning because we was up watching the Tank and versus battle with Tyrese. We was up late. So, I got up a little late. I was supposed to be on there at 8:00, but I didn't make it. You know what I'm saying? Because we was up in these TikTok streets, watching the battle. Okay? So Iran is keeping the war going because they know that it's cutting into the Americans' pocketbook, the other countries' pocketbook, Israel's pocketbook. This war is costing billions a day, not millions a day, billions a day. And at the end of the day, who do you think is paying for it? Who do you think is going to pay for this war at the end of the day? Can you take a wild guess? Because the tax day is approaching April 15th. Didn't that come quick? It seemed like the ball just dropped, right? Okay. So the war diplomacy is also very messy and contradictory. Now, the man who starts with the T has publicly claimed progress towards a ceasefire and said Iran wants a deal. But there's reports that Iran rejected the U.S. proposal as a one-sided and unfair deal. So whatever deal the man that starts with a T is shoveling in their face, they're saying it's a one-sided deal. Everybody knows how he gets down. So we all know and can imagine in our mind what that deal looks like. We can imagine with his crooked old behind, right? So that the Iranians said that this is a one-sided deal, all in favor of the man who starts with a T, right? I'm willing to bet he slipped some oilification in there. He probably wants some oilification. Okay, he want them to slide some oil to him so they could lace them pockets in their portfolio. And it's a doggone shame that we are the ones who got to suffer in this, because at the end of the day, he gonna go on his golf course. He gonna go in his bunkers. They all got military bases. They said Bondi is on a military base. She's getting unaliving threats between the EpiPen files and everything that's going on. Crump is asking for $200 billion, and Congress is looking at him like he's stupid. Right. Right. Crimes. Right. Right. As they should be looking at him like they stupid, and they should all turn to him and look at him like cockeyed. Right? They should all look at him like that, Crimes. Because that is just absolutely absurd. Absolutely absurd. Everybody, we got 43 people in the room. Continue tapifying, shareifying, likeifying, and blessify Miss Knockout so she won't be brokeifying. Hey, Glenda, thank you so much, Glenda. I'm going through my notes, and then we're going to go to some video. Okay? So they said, Iran said that the deal is very one-sided and very unfair. What's up, Brianne Barnes? What's up? And the proposal was reportedly passed through Pakistan with additional mediation involving countries like Turkey and Egypt. Iran says diplomacy is still possible, but only if the U.S. changes its demands. I would like to be a fly on the wall and know what those demands are. I'm going to see if I can find out what the demands are. He liifies so much, we'll probably never find out. Hey, Glenda, hey, what's up? We're talking about the war, and we're going off of my own notes, because we go to everybody's video and we watch the news, but Miss Knockout does her own research. You know what I'm saying? So, people might clip me and get information from me first-handedly through my notes, right? And then we'll go to the videotape in a minute. Now, the proposal, like I said, was passed through Pakistan with additional mediation involving countries like Turkey and Egypt. What do Turkey and Egypt got to do with this? Huh, Mr. T? What do Turkey and Egypt, why they got to look at our contracts with other countries? But they said that they would talk only if U.S. changes their demands. And they said those demands reportedly include Iran giving up. Did we know this was coming? Did we know this was coming? What do you think that they got to give up? And remember, I told you what's in those demands. He wants to get his hands on that oil, the minerals. Everything is about what the R people is about, lacing the richest pockets, putting money in their pockets, making the rich richer, and draining our pocketbooks. We got to pay for more oil, more baby oil, more baby oil. We got to pay for that. We can't drive our car, and the riches are riding around in Bentleys, on golf courses, sitting on the Riviera, sipping on a mimosa, and we're here struggling every day, can't even rub 2 cents together to go buy a sandwich at a corner store. Right? So, reportedly included Iran, the demands, and everything's all alleged, reportedly included giving up enriched uranium, halting enrichment, and curbing its missile program, and reducing support for regional allies. All things Tehran sees as core leverage, not bargaining chips it can easily surrender. So he wants things that they're not willing to easily surrender. He wants them to give up some of that oil, some of their enrichments, their uranium. I'm telling you, everything boils down to the moolah in the USA right now. And none of it's like all these billions of dollars that they're spending on this war can be used to feed the homeless, the people that when I go to the store, I'm stepping over them in the street. The people that got mental issues, roaming the streets, people that don't got nowhere to stay. You know what I'm saying? A friend of mine was getting put out of her apartment, got an eviction notice. She was just about to get a check from Catholic Charities. And you know what they told her? They called her in for the check, right? Then they called her back. And then they said, oh, we apologize. We just found out the man whose name that starts with a T wiped out our bank accounts and took all the money back. And she said, well, where did the money go? And then they said, I don't know. He took it. He took it out of our account. No check for her. I had to run and help her find other places to get the money from. This is what he's doing. He's taking from us, but he's spending billions of dollars on these soldiers, on these equipment. All this equipment, all this air, all this military, all this stuff costs money. It's not free. And we could be spending that money right here. What is the logic of it all? The logic of it all is greed. Greed. Greed wants the oil in their pockets, the uranium in their pockets, the control in their pockets, so they could go back to the golf course, so they could go to their bunkers, so they could go and sip the mimosas and ride down the Riviera in one of them boats with the guy with the paddle like this. And we could go back and struggle and go to work every day and be tired and live paycheck to paycheck and not have enough money to do the nice things that we want to do. We all are just one paycheck away, right? So there's also a major split between the U.S. allies. The G7 foreign ministers meeting on March 27th called for an end of attack on civilians and civilian infrastructure and stressed the need to restore safe passage through Hormuz. Reports say that the U.S. Secretary of the State, Mark Rubio, faced skepticism from allies at the G7, with some European governments that are unhappy not just about the war itself, but about the way Washington moved without broad consultation. In other words, even the government aligned with the U.S. is worried about this conflict spiraling and destabilizing the global economy. Now, I said a while back that they were going around saying, oh, this isn't a war, it's a maneuver. It's clearly a war. And why he's saying that is because he didn't get, and here's the other thing, permission and go through the proper channels to start this war. He did not do that. He didn't ask nobody. He took it upon his bright self, not really bright, I'm being sarcastic. Why would he wage a war when our backyard and front yard are cluttered? TSA is going through it. Yeah, TSA is going through it. And that's another thing we're going to talk about today. And we're going to get into, like everybody sees TSA is out of work. TSA is not getting paid. Why is TSA not getting paid? Well, I'll tell it to you in a nutshell, and we'll get into it. I'm going to finish the war first, and we're going to get into why TSA is not getting paid. One thing about it, and it goes back to the man that starts with a T and the R people, right? They do everything, then they blame it on the D people. So the D people, read between the lines, the D people are fighting for the TSA. They want to meet the D people are for the working people. The R people are for the rich. All right? So if you one of these people running around here broke, can't afford a ham sandwich, and you rolling with the R people, you just lost your daggone mind. Don't you got those friends running around with the art people that don't have two nickels to rub together? And you're like, sir, ma'am, do you know you rolling with the people that's keeping you broke? Because he wants the country to be in uproar. He wants to be in uproar. I always say that the man that starts with T is getting his lick back, and he's ruining the USA because the USA ruined him. Let's not forget how many felony counts he got. It's a lot. USA made him a felon, and now he's getting his lick back. He doesn't care about he does not like the US. He can't stand the US. But he loves his pockets, though. He loves his pockets. Okay, Tyler Perry wants to pay the TSA agents, and they won't let him. Right. And we're going to get into it. But in a nutshell, the Republicans want the TSA to suffer and have the bare minimum, and the Democrats are fighting for the things that the TSA want. They need more help, right? They need more help. They need more people hired. They need training. They need this. And the D's are fighting for that. And the R's like, you ain't getting nothing. So that's the standoff that's going on. And so the R's turn around after all that and say, yeah, the TSA is not getting paid because the D's. But the D's are fighting for the TSA to get the benefits that they deserve. Oh, he's coming from, he could come for her all he wants, Damali. He could come for her all he wants. She can't get tried for that other crime because that'll be double jeopardy. So once they drop that case, right, they're coming for her because she's coming for him. And when that turn in the thighs and his foot, his bad feet hits the soil as a regular person, it's going to be on and popping. Zombie Man is deflecting from he is deflecting big times. But we're going to keep talking about the Epstein files. As a matter of fact, I'm going to play a couple of the victims today in honor of us not forgetting about the victims of the...
Welcome in chat, follow, tap, share, repost, grab your daily heart.
Yes,
Zombie Man is deflecting from the Epstein files.
He is deflecting, and he's causing all of that, and he thinks we're not going to pay attention, but we are going to pay attention to it. We should never lose focus on the EpiPen files because they're digging and they're finding all kinds of stuff. Okay? What's up, Nikki? Good afternoon. Yeah, that's why I believe these things are created for distraction. Now, let's get back into it, right? So, the foreign ministers had a meeting on March 27th and called for an end of attack on civilians and civilian infrastructure. Now, what do they mean by this? Is that those school kids were attackified. By no means necessary should little kids anywhere going to school be unalived and their parents don't have a kid at the end of the day. Imagine you as a parent have a child that goes into school and the school goes boom and you have no child. It's an unimaginable hurt that you never want to feel. And that's what these people who are human in Iran went through and are going through. Losing these small kids. For what?
Thing is clapping. Let's run them likes up, chat.
So Rubio is facing skepticism from allies at the G7 with some foreign European governments that are unhappy, not just about the war, but the way Washington is moving without broad consultation. Without broad consultation means the U.S. pulled themselves out of everything. They pulled themselves out of the World Health Organization, the world organizations, the U.S. meetings, right? They saying we're bullies and we run ourselves. We don't need to meet with you all because we're bullying everybody. And that's how they operate. So they have no sit downs, no meetings, no this, no that, not a part of nothing. Either they took themselves out or they got kicked out. Right? So The U.S. So the governments aligned with the U.S. are worried about this conflict spiraling and destabilizing the global economy, in which it already is doing. It's already doing that. The Gulf states are split too, though for different reasons. Now, there's reports like countries like Saudi Arabia, the UAE, and Bahrain are telling Washington that simply ending the fighting is not enough. They want Iran's missile and drone capabilities permanently degraded so the region does not return to the same cycle or threat or retaliation. Thank you for the 60K, y'all. Let's get to the 60K. Thank you for the 48K, y'all. All right. Thank you so much. He got everybody caught up in this mess. Thank you. Everybody welcome in. I see you. Liz is back. Thank you, Deshaun. Thank you, Charlene. Let's go. Let's get to 60s. Thank you. Hey, sexy. Hey, everybody, come on in. And once again, you can watch this playback on the Y to the TZ, the F to the Booksies, and all platforms. All right, Miss Knockout, we go back. You look great. Oh, thank you, Michael. Thank you so much. How are you? Thank you. We need to unite as a nation, right? We do. We need to unite as a nation. I worked with Daryl A. James. Oh, you did? Oh, yes. Wow. Michael, I just seen Kendra is on Tick to the Clizzock. She's on TikTok, and I just seen her at the Diddy trial. I walked into the courtroom. Michael, are you still there, Michael? Yes, I remember. Those were the good old days. Those were the good old days. I wonder how Daryl James is doing now. I would like to see how he's doing, man, and say hi to him. You know what I'm saying? I would like to say hi to Daryl. You got any? Do you stay in touch with him, Michael? If you're still here? Yeah, he was just here. That message was 12:28. He got to still be in there. You still in here, Michael? Yeah. So, yeah, those were the good old days, man. Daryl A. James. Wow, those were some good times right there. Right? What's up, Lyric? Hey, Lyric Try. Linktree. Hey, Linktree. Thank you so much. Linktree. So come on in. We're doing a war recap, VIA, my notes. All right. Then we're going to go into some videos. And we got a lot to go into today. So everybody get your snacks. All right. So other Gulf states such as Qatar, Oman, and Kuwait are reportedly more focused on ending the war quickly because of the economic blowback and the fear of deeper escalations, meaning that it's affecting their economy, it's affecting their oil and their resources, it's affecting everybody's stuff. Imagine you have one person do something in your circle that affects everybody in the circle. Okay, I seen something about Diddy rolling around. Someone even signed the affidavit. Oh, yeah, what's that going around? So, what is it? I know we got, now let me put y'all on to something. Right, I'm gonna vaguely talk about this. I know a little something that's going on. I'm gonna vaguely talk about this, right? Because when you see
Hello,
people.
beautiful, always keeping us updated.
Yeah, thank you so much. Hey, that's always keeping you updated. Right now, we're talking about the war, right? We're talking about it. I'm giving you all a full update via my research and my notes, and then we're going to go to other, and other accounts and visuals. But there is some stuff going on with Diddy, right? Now, next month, I'm going to be back out in these Diddy streets because there is something going on with Diddy right now. I want to talk to y'all. We're going to take it to the Discord, right? Because people watch me from the window. They don't come in my live. They don't support. A lot of people I don't speak to. Shout out to Mel. I speak to Mel. I speak to Max. I speak to Danita. David comes through my live all the time. The good people. But a lot of people, they watch me from the window, or they breeze through my live. Either they're trying to hit that button on me, or they're seeing if I'm failing and got 2 people in my live, and they keep pushing through. They don't say hi. They don't say anything. So I know that these people are watching. I know that these people are watching. All right? I know that they're watching. I want to get my chicken fingers, y'all, because I didn't eat nothing today. Hold on, y'all. Hold on. Let me get my chicken fingers. I didn't eat nothing today, and I just felt a little dip. I drank a Red Bull yesterday, and that's how I stayed up all night. I drank a Red Bull, and I ate yesterday, but I didn't eat too much today. So we got to put a little something in my stomach. I got some
Only
chicken
way
fingers.
is up for you. Keep grinding.
Oh, yeah. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Yeah. We are, once again, everybody, we're on all platforms right now. You can actually watch my show back. After it's finished, you can watch it back on the Y to the Teasy. All right. So, there is something coming up with Diddy. I know about. I'm talking to his cousin. I'm actually call his cousin today. And there is something going on with him. And we'll be back out in these Diddy streets. And I'll talk about it when it comes closer. Because the vultures are watching. They don't have their own brain in their head. So they sneak watch him as knockout to try to get ideas. Some people don't want to get their own ideas, their own content. They run off of drama. They run off of clout. I don't run off of clout. I run off of real. All right. Hey, Kayla. Thank you so much, Kayla. So,
Boom like a 108 indeed she is.
we're going to be out in the streets again with Diddy. I will tell you more about it. But it's coming. There's going to be one thing here next month. There's going to be one thing, but there's something else coming with Diddy. It's another case, and it's going to be big if it goes on. Maybe it might not go on. Maybe his lawyers will stop it before it gets started. I don't know. But I'll put it to you like this. Everything's all alleged. When we were in court, we're going to get back to the war in a minute, y'all. When we were in court, all of us wondered, wow, look at all these fumes. Look at all this Coca-Cola that you don't drink. Look at all this serial number scratched off. And we said, wow, who in America has all this stuff that they have in evidence and does not get charged for it? Well, that might change. But I'll keep you updated as we get closer, because the vultures are watching and they don't have their own brain in their head to get their own content. And I pull from other places too. I get info from other places, but I work for my info. I do my research. Everything I'm talking about in the war, I'm reading from my notes right now. My notes are long and extensive. When I click that X, I don't stop working. I was up till 4 a.m. after I got off with the verses. I went and did my research on the war because I knew I wanted to talk about that today. And then I'm emailing my song to college radio. 10 DJs a day. Diddy is coming home. I predict that last year, but Diddy also has a couple of more things coming. So when the trial ended, I said, for my calculations, Diddy will be out by July or August. And it's not in stone. It's all alleged, and it's just a theory. Diddy is not going to be in jail till 2028. And when Diddy does come out, this is the society that we live in. Everybody was angry with Diddy. Everybody, Diddy. When Diddy comes out, America is going to be on his beefcake again, on his D again. And that's why I stayed in the middle like a fiddle. I don't hate nobody. I don't wish nobody's ill fate. We all are humans. How many people in society got caught up? I got friends that were regular people, and then they started using pharmaceuticals, and the pharmaceuticals turned them into this person that I didn't even know. I was like, who is that? Lost their job, lost their wife, lost their kids, all because of the pharmaceuticals. Pharmaceuticals will change you. People fail to recognize that because they just are looking at the fact that they don't like Diddy. When you stop operating, and this is like in general, right? When you stop operating off of your emotions is when you'll be a truly successful and free, deep thinking person. But see, a lot of people in the USA operates off emotions. I hate Diddy. I like Diddy. I don't like Diddy. Right? Diddy got caught up in pharmaceuticals. People fail to look at that. He is a human who was taking pharmaceuticals, and they was naming pharmaceuticals that I ain't even never heard of. And pharmaceuticals change a person. But see, y'all are not looking like that. And it's the same thing y'all are doing with Jay-Z. Every 5 minutes I see Jay-Z, oh yeah, we're going to get him. Why are you going to get him? Get him for what? Because he made a lot of money that you didn't make? Because if the rapper that wants to get to his level right now, they should have started 30 years ago to get to his level? Because you mad because this man made an astronomical amount of money that you'll never see in your lifetime? So now we got to get Jay-Z. We got to get Jay-Z. Or we got to get Diddy. We got to get Diddy. Everybody do something wrong in their life. If we dig hard enough on everybody, we'll find something. Your boss, the teacher, the preacher, everybody did something wrong. The preachers definitely do stuff wrong. They in there messing with half of the doggone pulpit. Thank you, Barbara. I grew up in the Baptist church, so don't I know? I seen everything go on. Including that church fund that everybody keep donating to build the new side of the church that never gets built in 20 years. And everybody just keep donating to the fund. Donate to the fund. Donate to the fund. Well, when is this side of the church going to be built? Never. Bamboozled again. Everybody do stuff that's wrong in life. Everybody. But see, we operating off of emotions. You got to get out of your emotions right now and look at the big people. Picture. That's up, remotely. Remotely, you laughing at me? You got to get in your emotions, because if you don't get out of your emotions right now and look at the world through the lens you're supposed to look at, you're going to be a lost malaba. And that's especially in business. A lot of people do business with emotions. I don't like this person. I don't like that person. I'm going to block this person. I don't want them to get a record deal. This person got a business. Emotions. Emotions are holding you back. Emotions are holding you back. The greatest business person in the world is a business person that does not do business on emotions. And that's when you will be truly successful. So we look at these celebrities on emotions. I don't like Jay-Z. I don't like Diddy. Are you from Co-op? No, I'm not from Co-op. I'm not from Co-op. Right? And we stop looking at the law and what's right and what's wrong and what's fair and what's not, because all you see is, I don't like Diddy. I don't like Diddy. Okay, that's why they put that video out there. To make you not like Diddy. Now, if y'all didn't see physically with your eyes that video of him in the hallway with Cassie allegedly, you will have a lot of less people saying that they don't like Diddy. But that's why they put that tape out there that has nothing to do with the case, to make everybody don't like Diddy, because they know it will go bad for him. But mark my words, right? R.I.P. Big Wolf. Yeah. When Diddy comes out, and remember Miss Knockout said this, everybody gonna be back on his D to the I to the CK again. Because America is a bunch of, filled with, not everybody, a bunch of phony mother hubbers. And I think you know that from the people around you. Who looks around and say, yo, a bunch of phony, you can name a lot of stuff that people do that's just phony. Always asking you to come somewhere, but when you got something or event going on or something to do, they always busy. But when you say you busy, then you full of BS. Phony, phony, phony. When Diddy comes out, y'all are going to be on this D again. Watch. They're going to be running to him with demos, thinking they're going to get record deals. They thought they was going to get record deals out there. Lucci was like, I don't work for Diddy. Lucci is a friend of Diddy. He don't control Diddy's business. Y'all thought you was going to get record deals? Lucci was going to pass your stuff to Diddy? Diddy ain't thinking about music right now. Yep, never crossing bridges to come see you, right? Diddy is not thinking about music right now. He's thinking about his future. But the world is so greedy and so desperate to be seen and heard that if somebody right now, Diddy offered them a record deal, they would take it. With all the, I don't like Diddy, I don't like it. He offered you a record deal, you would take it right now. I know you know somebody that'll do it. So yes, there is some stuff coming up with Diddy. I'm going to tell you when we get closer to it, because I want the vultures to use your own brain and not Miss Knockout's brain and not Miss Knockout's hard work. Use your own brain. I use my brain to find out stuff. You can use your brain too. And so that's why I got to tell you things how I got to tell it. All right. Now let's get back to the warification. Everybody tapify, everybody shareify. Miss Knockout's just getting a morsel in the body because I felt a little dip. I felt a little dizziness. I was like, oh, now I'm not sleeping. I don't know what that was from. But I figure I need to get something in my body. Some energy. All right, let's get back to the war. Get back to my notes. So, nobody in the region sees this as a simple reset, even when the war is ended. It's going to be a lot of repair for the damage that was done. Even among governments that want Iran weakened, their fear is about what happens next. If Iran survives the assault but keeps enough capacity to threaten and shipping and attacking the energy infrastructure and fire missiles through proxies and or directly, then the war might end on paper without ending in reality. Another huge issue is the casualties and the humanitarian toll. The exact figures are contested, and the battlefield casualty numbers in wartime are always politically charged. So it is important to present them carefully. And what does that mean? That means that the man that starts with a T is going to hide the number of casualties, pad it, tell us one number, it's another whole number, because he's trying to save his own assification. I don't believe this man cares how he looks anymore. He don't care how he look. That's how he operates. He don't care about no backlash, how he look. Not like a human. What's up, Humor? All right. So reports are that more than 1,900 people were unalived in Iran, along with 1,100 in Lebanon, and dozens elsewhere in the region. The Washington Post, citing rights groups, report nearly 1,500 Iranian civilians were unalive, including at least 217 children. Now, do you see how the numbers differ? One report says there's 1,900 people that was unalive. But the Washington Post is reporting 1,500 people are unalive and at least 217 kids, because remember, he bombified that school. Wow. That's as sad as it could ever get. These innocent children that don't got nothing to do with nothing, they're just going to school alone. What's up, Kimar? What you typing in there? So those groups documented strikes affecting hospitals, schools, and residential areas. These numbers aren't identical because they came from different sources and accounts. So our reports are lower and the world reports are higher. Why? Because the thing whose name that starts with a T is always higher than numbers. And we've seen he did that in the case of New York with that fraudification he was doing, padding his numbers. The whole reason why he's a felon. He likes to hide numbers and switch numbers around. Humor said, leave me alone. Leave me alone, knockout. Okay, Primo. I'm going to still say, hey. What's up, HJ? Everybody come on up. I'm just woofing down a chicken finger to get something in my stomach, y'all. So, let's see if we got. I gotta keep looking at the comments on the one. Yes. So Michael must have left. Michael, did you leave? Did you leave, Michael? I wanted to ask you some questions. Michael goes way back. Okay. So inside of the U.S., there are growing domestic political risks for the man that starts with a T. There are reports that his approval on the strikes is weak, and they support around 35% in one-sided figure, and that he has been juggling war messaging with efforts to refocus on domestic politics. So now all of a sudden you want to refocus on domestic politics, meaning that there's problems in your own backyard and you went down there messing with those people, and now we got to concentrate on the warification too, on top of the problems that we got here. You want to focus on everything but the EpiPen files. Okay? You want to focus on here. You want to focus over there. You want to go up the road and down the road, but you don't want to go to the island. But we're going to get you to the island, Mr. Sir. It's coming. Eventually, you are going to get on that island. It's coming. That's why he did it. That's exactly why he did it, HJ. I'm sorry. Exactly why he did it. Hey, Star. Come on in. All right. So the man that starts with a T said he wants to refocus on domestic politics. You know, his own mess in his own backyard. Right? But no, you went down the road and messed with those people, and now those people are giving you a runification for your moneyfication. They're giving you a run for your money, homeboy. This matters because wars that drag on without a queen victory almost always become political liabilities, especially once markets are hit and gas prices climb. This guy don't care about political liabilities. He don't take he's not liable for nothing, that man. The gas prices go up and he's on there talking about the gas prices been the best they are for years. That's him. So the man that starts with a T's own messaging has shifted, right? And he's moving between claims that the war is effectively already won, suggestions that diplomacy is advancing, and threats of more force if Iran does not fully reopen Hormuz. So Hormuz is where the oil and stuff comes through. And they don't have it fully open because they're afraid that the man that starts with a T is going to start bombifying their ships that they're shipping the oil out. Because, he's a loose cannon. What's up, Riri? Glasses. No glasses, Kimon. I don't have any glasses. They broke. Right? I got to get some more reading glasses. But, do that when I go in. So, one report tied the reopening of the strait was pushed to April 6th, suggesting that despite bold rhetoric, Washington still sees time pressure, negotiation pressure, and uncertainty about what the military escalation would achieve. Escalating the military is only going to make stuff worse. Oh, wait, hold on, y'all. Hold up, y'all. Hold on.
Lashes falling down.
My lashes are falling down. Is my lashes falling down, y'all? My lashes are falling down. Is my lashes falling down? I don't know. They don't feel like they're falling down. Where they falling down at? Where they falling? So, so let's talk about Miller.
One.
The left one. The left one. So my left is here. Oh, I fixed it. Okay. Yeah. Thank you, y'all. My lashes keep falling in and out. All right. I fixed it. Okay, cool. Make
Fixed
sure.
it.
All right. That's good. So, let's talk about military options, okay? Because one of the biggest breaking stories today is the discussions around Cog Island, okay? They report that the man that starts with a T has considered sending U.S. ground troops to seize the island. Well, look at that. Did you hear what I just said? This fool is talking about sending troops to seize the island. For what? For what? Why do you want to seize the island, Mr. T? You need to stop worrying about that island and worry about the other island that you're afraid to talk about. Okay? Now that we're talking about islands, how come you don't want to talk about the other island? Why are you so worried about this island and not the other island that you should be talking about? You worry about every other island instead of the EpiPen island. See what's going on? So the man of T is considering sending U.S. troops, ground troops, to seize the island, which handles what? What do you think that island handles? 90% of Iran's oil exports. 90% of Iran's oil exports. On paper, that sounds like a devastating pressure point to take the island and choke Iran's export revenue and gain leverage. But military experts say that such a move can expose the U.S. troops to drones, missiles, mines, and major logistics challenge, in their words. In other words, like he said, people are going to DIE. That's what he said. And you're sending them to DIE. You are the reason. Right? So he sent them troops there on foot to seize the island. You don't think Iran got stuff in place and are ready for attack if such a thing happens? Right? In other words, Cog Island could become less of a clean strategic prize and more of a floating target.
Be a great leader and meet them there.
Right. That's a good idea, Shalea. I like the way you think. They should put him on a plane and let him go out there and perform for the troops. I think that's a great idea. I think that he should take a plane and go over there and see what's going on firsthand. We'll all chip in and pay for the trip. Yeah, we did see the Lego video. We did see the Lego video. Let me see if I can pull it up. Hold on. Yeah, they even had his hand rotting away. I said, "Watch." If you watch the other one. Oh, here it is. Okay, y'all want to see the Lego video? Let's play the Lego video. The Lego video is like, whoa, oh, it's deep, y'all. All right, so let's see if we can get this Lego video up, because I do want you to see it. Then we're gonna go back to my notes, because I still a good. Okay, let's see. All right, so let's play the Lego video. Hold up, y'all. Hold on. Let's play the Lego video. Oh, we're gonna run it back to you. Wait a minute. I just gotta run it a little. So
Hashtag FYB, hashtag FY, hashtag hot topics.
Hot topics. All right. All right, y'all. So look. Let's see, a commercial might pop up.
Hashtag fit.
Battery 90%. Connect.
Let's start it again. Hold on, I didn't have it on speaker. Okay, let's look in. Hello, that is. Wow. Who made this video? That, look at that. It's terrible. Look at that. Do y'all see that? Do y'all want me to run? Should I run it back again? Should I run it back again, y'all? Who want me to run it back? Who want to see it again? Should I run it back? Should I run it back? Did everybody catch that? Okay, let me run it back again. Let's run it back. See the red button? Look at this. Would you look at this? Thank you so much for the orange. Thank you, BX. Hey.
Didn't have anything to make this propaganda.
Look at that. Wow. They put some time into this video. Hey, BX. Everybody come on in. video that Iran made about America. So they put some time into that video. They put some time into that video, right? They put some time into that video. You know, it's so we're talking about the warification. Okay, we're talking about the warification. Everybody, come on in. All right, let me see if what I could stop this at. Look, they had a little in the rubble. They had a little backpack. Did y'all catch that? You got to go watch the video. They had a lot of details in this video, right? One of the details in this video is they had a little laptop, a little backpack, a little pink backpack in all the rubbish of the little kid, right? The little kid that went to school that lost their life because the man that starts with a T went down the road, messed with those people, right? They had his hand turning. Did you see, Zoe? You seen when they had his hand turning blue? These people pay attention to details. Hold on, y'all. Let me wipe away my lens. Hold on. Let's wipe the lens. These people pay attention to detail. All right, so let me take this off the screen. Let's take this off the screen. And let's get back to it. So yeah, so that's one of the videos. Now they made another video. Okay, they made another video. Let's see if I can find the other video. Right? Let's see. Iran video. Okay, they made another video with them having the man that starts with a T is talking to the devil. Okay, I just put in the chat. Okay, what's up, Mr. Hey, Anthony, what's up, Ed? How are you? You constantly have interesting content. Well, thank you so much, Anthony. I appreciate that. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And as you grab, the new song is in my Linktree, Anthony. I don't know if you heard it or not. It's Knockout coming with the E. It's getting good. You know, it's getting good little traction. I'm trying to target college radio now. You know, you got to work extra hard as an independent. You know, just like Tank last night, I watched the battle with Tank and Tyrese, and I thought to myself that Tank is such a great artist that never got the respect and the accolades that he deserved. Such a great vocalist, a great songwriter. The industry picks and chooses who they want to put on a pedestal. And they just keep the same people on the pedestal. And there's other people like Tank that really deserve it, right? He sure didn't. And he's very underrated. Very underrated, Clark. Very underrated. He wrote a lot of songs, Chris Brown, Trey songs, right? That people don't even know he wrote. You know, he definitely, in my mind, won the battle last night. And it's not only because he brought out more of the collaborators like Jamie Foxx and Trey Songz. They said Tyrese only brought out Chingy. The only thing Tyrese could dig up is Chingy. I like it when you do it like that. And he didn't even do that song. Okay? You know I'm going to get it and listen by the way Tank showed up. Yeah, Tank showed out, man. And he deserved to have more credit than people are giving him, man. He deserved more credit. You do all this work in the industry. You seen when Jamie Foxx came out and Jamie Foxx was saying that he came to his house one time and he said he was going to just quit music. And Jamie Foxx said, oh, no, 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 no. And the way Tank was looking at him when he was explaining the story, it was almost like he was getting ready to get emotional. And I can understand why he was fixing to quit, because people just don't want to give you your props.
You have to stay hungry when it comes to your craft.
Yeah, you do have to stay hungry, but he is the hungriest, Shalea. It's like the industry, how the industry is designed, right? Good afternoon. Hey, how you doing there? Precious? It's like I go back to the hood every year, right? I do all this stuff.
Hank is a true professional, and he takes his craft seriously.
He does take his craft seriously. He does. You know, I do all this stuff. I go back to the hood, right? And it's the same thing. They only recognize certain people in the hood legend, this and that. Meanwhile, I'm thinking to myself, and all the people are like, when I was at the Coliseum, they was like, every 5 minutes, somebody was like, Knockout, did you give him your new song? Knockout, how come you not performing? And they don't understand that these people don't recognize me like that. Like, y'all see everything I'm doing, and y'all give me your props. But the peoples in them in the hood, that all the main character people, they
Seen
don't
him in concert
they don't give me
several
the props.
times.
You did, yeah. Tank is really good, and he's a really great vocal. Now Tyrese is a good vocalist too. Now we ain't gonna take nothing away from Tyrese, right? But Tyrese, you know, he made all those albums independently, you know. But Tank is just on another level.
Yeah, both of them.
I remember they were all in that group together too. So them going back and forth, like, you know, dissing each other, they ain't really dissing each other. They're really friends. Okay. And then he said it when he was on the line. They just do that for dramatic effect. Like when you have these battles, right? You got to create opposition. It's almost like reality TV. They know they got to create.
They want to see win.
Sad people pick and choose who they want to see. Yeah. Even if you win,
I repented that they have a new TGT album coming.
Oh yeah, they probably do. They probably do. Like Tyrese was winning, but it's just like the people don't want to give him the props. You know, give me my price. Give it up. Give it up. You got to give it up sometimes. Give it up. I remember when a week ago Bobby Simmons was shouting me out, you know what I'm saying, and he put my song
Dark
on
Love,
his platform,
yes.
and he said, check out this new song by Miss Knockout. I think Jeff Red was up there and another people. And then you know what somebody put, I ain't gonna mention no name, right? But I looked down in the comments, I clicked the hidden comment, and it said, how could I get so-and-so's record to you? How about you congratulating Miss Knockout? But no, you hit him up to get so-and-so's record to him. You ain't congratulating Miss Knockout. You say, F Miss Knockout, how could I get my song to you? No, he picks the songs that he want to put on it. I didn't ask Bobby to put me on his thing. He hit me up and said, yo, I like this. I don't even know how he got the song. The song's going around. So I didn't ask to be on there. He picked me to be on there. So instead of people in your hood giving you props, you know what I'm saying, they saying, F you. I want to see how I could get my record on there and have Bobby Simmons shouting out my record. And that's how people get down in the industry. That's why you got to go for yours. You got to take yours through hard work. And as you can see, even when you work hard, people still, you don't want to give you your crop. There's people in the industry, we could go down a list who didn't get their props. I don't think Jill Scott got the props she was supposed to get. Tierra Whack didn't get the props that she was supposed to get. I mean, this list is endless. This list is endless. Why? Because society trains us to watch the same people over and over again. I say the same good 10 people. It's this person, that person, over and over and over again, like they're cramming it down our throats. And there's a lot of people that deserve these accolades that don't get them. Hey, dude, what's up with you? So let's go back to my notes, and then we're going to move on to some more topics, like how the UN voted on to recognize slavery as an inhuman crime. And the U.S. voted no. One of the three countries that all the other countries voted yes. And the U.S. was one of the foolery countries that voted no. Of course, you don't want to own up and take admittance and accountability for what you did. It's not going away, homie. It's not going away. Just like Epstein Island is not going away. That's not going away either. You could take it out of the history books. You could take it out to schools, but it's not going to be erased ever from history. We're always going to know. Right? Hey, dude. Thank you, dude. So let's get back to the war. All right. So we talked about how the man who starts with a T is targeting the oil shipments that's coming out. And Iran has to not only around the world. We're disrupting everything. Everything. So you disrupting the oil that's supposed to be coming to us, sir. Right? So one of the negotiations that we also discussed before, my people, that before you got in here, one of the negotiations and leverages is that he takes control of some of their, oil, minerals. He threw that in there conveniently. Why? Because they want to line their pockets. It's all about lining their pockets. That's what they're about. Him, his rich friends, they're all together.
Hashtag.
Let's get in these places while I got the doggone, I'm in control. We're going to go in here like bullies. And we want to take control of their natural resources. And these countries are giving him a run for his money. I know Iran is. Iran said we'll cease fire when we're ready to cease fire, sir. Now you spend more money, billions and billions a day. You spend it while your people are home starving and can't even afford and know where their next meal or paycheck is coming from in our backyard. It's absurd for a country to spend billions on a war. And when I go to the store after I get off a line, I'm stepping over people that's asking me for a quarter, $1. I want to get a cup of coffee. The rich get richer and the poor get poor. They want to keep the poor poor. Yep. And that's how it goes. That's why you got to fight for yourself. You got to make your own lane. I told you, even if you got a day job, even if you got a day job, that's good. Because you could take that day job money and pay your bills and put it into a business to run on the side for when we can't go back out in the world again. Because it's gonna be a day when it's gonna happen again. It's gonna happen again, like in 2020 when we couldn't go outside. What do you do when you can't go outside and get money and you have no money? Now, luckily, they had the checks and they had the unemployment thing going on. They was giving people extra $600. They had the stimulus checks. How long is a $1,500 stimulus check going to last? When you're paying thousands of dollars of rent in a month. You need multiple streams of income. If you work for the man, you take some of that money
we are prisoners.
And you start your little business on the side. It's a lot of easy things you can do. Maybe I'll do a live one day and we'll talk about all the little things that you. I'm getting ready to sell all my clothes, and me and my friend was at the computer. I went to print out something at the computer down the road, and me and her were sitting there talking. And then I said, yeah, I got to get on Vintage. She said, oh, I'm on there. She said, she's doing the same thing I'm doing. All those club clothes that we brought back in the days, going to an event every day, buying an outfit. I don't know how we did it. Every day we had an event, this party, that event, this battle, this open mic. And then all those outfits is right in there. I saved everything. It's right in there. And instead of throwing them out, giving away, no, I'm going to make my money back. And not only am I going to make my money back after I finish selling the clothes out of my house, I'm going to keep going to, because I'm good at finding like vintage items and stuff for cheap and resell them. I'm just going to keep going. My friend, she's on that what's not or something like that. She makes over $1,000 a week selling used clothes. Mm-hmm. So it's a lot of things you could do. There's a lot of things you can do, especially with AI, right? So let's get back into it. So on March 24th, an Iran ballistic missile strike near Erbil killed unalived at least 6 Kurdish fighters.
I had a whole business doing that for you. I had to tempos my business though.
Oh yeah? Oh, okay. And wounded 30 more, which then prompted a call from
Rubio. I have a lot of clothes. DM me Miss Knockout for the info.
Okay. I have a lot of clothes. Okay, that's what's up. Oh, you said I have a lot of clothes. DM for info for to sell clothes. Another place, another place to sell clothes. Because I'm trying to get rid of these clothes. I got to make room in my apartment. It's like the march of the clothes in here. I got racks and racks, racks on racks, right? And stuff that I know. I don't think I even want to be a size 2 no more. I'm gonna look like a C head. No, I'm asking you. Oh, it's vintage. Vintage. Vinted. Vinted. Right? I feed the kids at my local shelter. I bring them pizza. Yeah, that's a good thing, man. Shout out to dude.
Heard that.
Every little bit counts. Every little bit counts. Yeah, you can sell extra clothes on Vinted. If you got extra clothes around the house, you take them, you put a little nail on the wall, right? You hang the pants up, you take a picture of it with your cell phone. They got all kinds of apps that you can change the background and have it hanging there. You can have it hanging in the garden. Okay, they got AI apps to take that background out or wherever you took the picture and put another background in. I'm gonna do a live and I'm gonna teach y'all all that stuff. But let's get back to the war. So 6 Kurdish fighters were wounded and 30 more were wounded, which then prompted a call from Rubio and the Kurdistan Regional Government Prime Minister Mazur Barzani. And reports Iranian missile and drone fire affecting Saudi Arabia and Kuwait, while Lebanon has also been pulled into deeper conflict. That means that the war is already regionalized and not contained neatly inside the U.S.-Iran borders. So that man went down the road and messed with those people. And not only are we in it now, everybody in the surrounding areas are in it. Okay? They have a couple of apps that you could. Yeah, they do. They do this, Sean. So there is also a narrative going on.
You see the robot president and the zombie wife.
Yeah. There's who was it? So Lebanon is especially important here. Reports say that Israeli attacks have continued alongside the Iran campaign, and the broader war has drawn in Hezbollah-related dynamics and spill over into the fighting. Other regions are getting involved, and that increases the risk of a long arc of escalation stretching from Iran to Lebanon, with Gulf states and Iraq also absorbing the consequences. Now, there's also a narrative of the war going on in U.S. officials and the White House messaging, and they put emphasis on overwhelming success, like we're winning. No, sir, you're delusional. Nobody wins when you're spending $1 billion a day and your own people are starving. That is not a win, no matter how you look at it, people. What's up, Miss D? No matter how you look at it, that's not a win. What are you talking about? You come on every time like, yeah, we're winning. We're doing this. You ain't doing nothing but disrupting the world. Happy Friday. Everybody come on in. We're talking about this warification that's going on. And then we're going to move to something lighter because it's Friday and we want to have fun. All right? So, let's see. Let's see if we could go to some videos right now and get some updates on the war. Hold on. Okay, let's see. So they're putting out those disturbing videos towards the U.S. and it tells how they feel. You know what I'm saying? And it's not so the regime dealt another blow as the Gulf Arab states torn against Iran. Oh my God, this just keeps getting worse and worse, yo. It just keeps getting worse and worse. Okay, so let's see. So Trump tells Iran to get serious on negotiations. On the negotiations that are one-sided. Okay, so let's look at this, yo. Let's look at this. And then it's Friday, and even though we got to know about it, we don't want to spend too much time on this because what am I going to go into next? Well, I'm going to go into next the thing that he doesn't write. A good story time today from not one, but two Epstein Island victims. Yes, we are, but they don't want. Okay, it's a beauty in doing the thing that they want to keep us away from. All right, so let's get to this video and see what this fool is talking about. He want to do these negotiations, and they're saying, "No, sir, you want our oil, and we're not going to give it to you."
Let's bring in Professor
3% connected to HY300 Pro and MICHELLEVRACUY.
And as always, it's good to see you. We've been talking, putting a piece today, kind of going over something that was quoted from Iranian.
Okay, let's start it from the beginning, y'all.
Live now, I'm Austin Westfall. Let's bring in Professor Owen Bernstein. He's the host of the Israel-Palestine Report. You can find it on YouTube. Talking so much in recent weeks about the Strait of Hormuz. But Politico putting out a piece today, kind of going over something that was quoted from Iranian officials over the weekend. They said, and again, I'm reading reports from Politico, that the Iranians have made sort of a loose threat, saying that there could be a completely different shipping route that they might target if their demands are not met in this fight. So, Alon, if you can, on your map behind you, let's look at what other avenues the Iranians could have to target. Obviously, we've spent a lot of time talking about the Houthis in recent years.
Good to see you, Austin, as always. And yeah, Iran has escalated this in an interesting way because really what we've been talking about until now has, as you said, been the Straits of Hormuz, which if I zoom in on the map here, is this bottleneck point over here. And once again, just to remind viewers, the reason why that is so important is because virtually 25% of all the world's oil and natural gas exports coming from Saudi Arabia and Kuwait and Bahrain and Qatar and the United Arab Emirates and Iran and Iraq all go through this area. And because Iran has this chokehold, that's been our focus.
That's what I was talking
about.
What Iran
did today is tacitly, and then also more explicitly, threaten another chokehold. And if I zoom out on the map and move down, they are talking about the Bab el-Mandab Straits, which are these areas over here.
Oh, hold on. I hit it by accident.
Just want to welcome everyone on this special day.
What are you talking about? How can you even trust her? Why are you acting like you've never done anything bad?
Everybody continue to tap a fire. Everybody continue to share a fire.
If it is invalid, we promise a tenfold refund. This denture can be successfully worn in just 1 second and is suitable for everyone.
Okay, hold on.
All right, you're watching live now. I'm Austin Westfall.
Okay,
let's bring in Professor Owen Bernstein. He's the host of the Israel-Palestine Report. You can find it on YouTube and a number of other
Okay, let's just start it from the beginning again. Let's just start it from the beginning to be safe. So make sure we didn't miss anything. All right.
All right, you're watching live now. I'm Austin Westfall. Let's bring Professor Alon Burstein. He's the host of the Israel-Palestine Report. You can find it on YouTube and a number of other social media channels. Alon, as always, it's good to see more moves. But Politico putting out a piece today, kind of going over something that was, and again, I'm reading reports from Politico that the Iranians have made sort of a loose threat, saying that there could be a completely different shipping route that they might target if their demands are not met in this fight. So, Alon, if you can, on your map behind you, let's look at what other avenues the Iranians could have to target. Obviously, we've spent a lot of time talking about the Houthis in recent years.
Good to see you, Austin, as always. And yeah, Iran has escalated this in an interesting way, because really what we've been talking about until now has, as you said, been the Straits of Hormuz, which, when I zoom in on the map here, is this bottleneck point over here. And once again, just to remind viewers, the reason why that is so important is because virtually 25% of all the world's oil and natural gas export, Saudi Arabia and Kuwait and Bahrain and Qatar and the United Arab Emirates and Iran and Iraq all go through this area. And because Iran has this chokehold, that's been our focus. But what Iran did today is tacitly, and then also more explicitly, threaten another chokehold. And if I zoom out on the map and move down, they are talking about the Bab el-Mandab Straits, which are these areas over here that pass into the Red Sea. Now, the reason why that is interesting, all of Iran's proxies to retaliate immediately. And you and I were talking in the first days, and we said Hezbollah didn't retaliate immediately. It took it about 2 or 3 days, and then they started to retaliate. Who has been silent, entirely silent, and we can see where all of the war is happening up here. Nothing down here are the Houthis. The Houthis that are close Iranian proxy, not a direct arm like Hezbollah, but a close ally, control this area over here. Throughout the war between Israel and Hamas, very, very prominent in. This is not like the Hormuz. This does not have 25% of the world's oil reserves going through it, but it does have, or give or take, 10 to 12% of all of the world commerce, not just oil, all shipping goods, everything coming from China, going all the way through to Europe, goes through here. When the Houthis shut that off by essentially attacking ships in this chokehold over here, then President Biden and that is to stop these attacks. What Iran is doing is interesting. They are not only how they can escalate, they're implying that they still have cards that will be more complicated. It's not just about we have more surprises. It's also suggesting, for example, that there could be a deal between Iran and the United States on some sort of de-escalation, but the Houthis could then say, on our own volition, we have decided to now cut off these straits. Now, what does the United States do then? Do they re-invade Iran? Or sorry, re-attack Iran and maybe invade Iran? The Houthis could still cut this off. Does the United States divert their forces to here? We don't know. But what Iran is doing is intelligent in that sense, because they're saying this is not only another threat that complicates things with regards to threats to international commerce, this is another mechanism where we can say, make a deal with us, but we also have cards up our sleeves. You're continuously threatening us. You can escalate it in order to take over Karg Island or bomb our energy facilities. We don't just have what we've done in Hormuz. We can escalate this further, also through our proxies. And if the situation in Hormuz was then coupled with the blocking of Bab el-Mandab Straits, that would mean another vast spike in prices of oil, in international prices, a crash in the markets, primarily going to affect Europe, but by extension, very quickly the United States as well.
Producer Jonah has been going through the audience questions. He has our first one. Jonah? Yes, Austin, always happy to jump on with you and Alone. We have a number of viewer submitted questions tonight, so let's go ahead and jump into them. This first one from Steve out in North Carolina, which might have to do with some of the reporting we've been seeing from Malaysia today. He's asking, what happens if Iran reaches lucrative side deals with certain countries or shippers to assure them safe passage through the strait while still targeting others?
Wow, that's a good question.
It's something that Iran has been trying to do. It's a great question because it's something that Iran, immediately, one of the things that Iran did was open up channels of communication to lots of different countries saying, if you talk to us directly, then we might allow your ships to go through, ships carrying your banner or oil that you have purchased to go through. According to some reports, India was one of the first countries to actually jump on this. And they, some could say, enticed Iran, some could say paid protection money to Iran in the amount of, according to some reports, $2, $3, $4, $5 million to allow each one of their ships to go through. Now, for India, that's obviously money. It's small money by comparison to allowing the for the factories in this massive industry. So that's one of the things that India agreed to do. There's all kinds of.
Remember, that's what I was talking about, how they're targeting the oil supply, and it's not only coming to us, but it's going around the world, and it's disrupting everything, right? So let's listen.
Reports that China also is going to really have a mechanism to stop that, unless the United States would escalate it almost, in a reverse engineering way and saying, no, now we'll block the straits. No one's allowed to go. To a large extent, Iran can do that, and the United States would have little control over that. There are other things to factor in. There are lots of reports that Iran has actually laid mines along the Straits of Hormuz. The Straits of Hormuz are an active war zone. There's drones and missiles flying over all the time, and certainly the United States planes and ships also, lots of attacks happening. So it's not that easy for ships to just sail their way through at this point. But technically, yes, that is possible. And unless we have a substantial escalation from the United States, not a lot the United States could do about that, because they're saying they want that open. So if Iran agrees to not attack certain ships, unless the United States were to obviously escalate that in another way, they would not be attacked.
Alone, we're also getting reporting in from President Trump himself, who's been sending out Truth Social post after Truth Social post. One of his latest ones says, as per Iranian government request, please let this statement serve to represent that I am pausing the period of energy plant destruction by 10 days to Monday, April 6, 2026 at 8 p.m. Eastern Time. Talks are ongoing, and despite erroneous statements to the contrary by the fake news media and others, they are going very well. I asked a similar question to Hal a little bit earlier in the day. I want to bounce it off of you as well. Is President Trump striking a bit of an easier tone with Iran today?
The president is striking an easier tone with Iran. And in truth, while that is happening, we have really two competing narratives that are going on with regards to the negotiations. And in a sort of, again, in a twist of irony, it's not the way you would expect. Iran has been bombed and bombed and bombed. According to some reports, 10,000 bombing missions already between Israel and the United States. And yet, it is actually the president of the United States that is much more pushing towards having some sort of deal negotiations, whereas Iran is openly saying, no, we're not actually at first they said we weren't having negotiations at all, and then they were saying, then they refused to actually respond to negotiations. Then earlier, they reported that when they were talking to the foreign minister of Pakistan, that they were only going to consider the US opinion, and Trump got very angry and said that's a big mistake, you have to respond positively. Trump is the one that's pushing more and more, whereas Iran is actually the one that's saying, we have time. We have time. Iran is recognizing that while the United States certainly has military superiority, Iran can buy time, because as long as the regime survives, they are winning. In turn, Trump is getting more and more pressured with the economy. He's getting more and more pressured as we see looming midterms coming. He's getting more and more pressured with regards to oil prices rising also in Europe. And as a result, Iran is actually the one that's biding its time, whereas Trump is saying it's actually all going well. It's all going well, and we're all continuing to negotiate. I don't know if you want to talk about this now, but I did pull up also the different responses that each side has given to these negotiations.
It's a good time. Malone showed this a couple of days ago. He showed what was being reported about the 15-point plan and really about what both of the sides have been talking about as far as a potential for a future peace plan. You've added a little more to it alone.
So this here, I'm going to try to move my camera. What we have here is really an illustration of what both sides are bringing to the table. And it's again an illustration of how we're really talking at cross purposes. This side of the table is what's being reported that the United States has put forward. And really, it's a 15-point plan. I know there's a little less here because this is all based on rumors, and I combined a few of them. But essentially, it's a 15-point plan that Trump put forward. And he said, this in red is what would be demanded from Iran. Assurances that there'll be no more nuclear program, removing of all uranium from Iran, the limitations on ballistic missile program. And what he's trying to do is say this is not a negotiation. This is me already giving you both sides of the deal. In blue is what Trump put in as, and this is what Iran will get in return. So it's not just what the United States wants. He's already putting into the framework, what does Iran get in return? And that's a lifting of all sanctions, assistance in civilian nuclear programs in Bushehr, and no snapback mechanism. And that is what Trump put forward. And again, according to reports, Iran said, this doesn't meet our terms, our basic minimum terms. And Iran is the one that said, we could give you our terms, but we're willing to negotiate. We're not accepting this as any sort of package deal. And then over the last several days, there have been more and more reports coming out from Pakistan and coming out from Saudi Arabia of what did Iran put forward. And that's what I put here in green. And what Iran has put forward is an entirely different agenda that shows that as far as they're concerned, they have time. It's not capitulating. It's not what Trump said that Iran is begging for a deal. Trump said that 2 days ago. Iran is begging for a deal, and they're just waiting for us to come to them. What Iran put forth here is 5 things, and we just
Rainbow. I can't see a comment. So if you're doing something or saying something, I want to see if it comes across my main portal.
Go through them briefly.
Right now,
they want a complete end to all attacks and assassinations in Iran. Assurance mechanisms that there'll be no return on the war, States and from Israel, demanding reparations from the United States and Israel for the aggression in the war, ending hostilities on all fronts. So they want to ensure that also Israel's invasion of Lebanon, a ceasefire there, will also be part of the deal. And the last thing, recognition of Iran's sovereignty over passage through the Hormuz Straits. So a completely different version of Trump has been saying that there will be joint custody over Hormuz, and possibly he would own it, possibly there'll be a joint custody between him and the supreme leader. Iran is actually demanding that these straits are...
So here he goes again, wanting to own and run stuff. So now a part of the negotiations, allegedly, is that he wants to help run Iran. Are you serious? Are you serious? Thing T, you got to be kidding me, son. Is that in your negotiations? Because come on now. Why would they want you running their doggone country? Look what you're doing to this country. Nope, I can't see it.
Or be treated the same way as the Suez Canal. The Suez Canal goes through Egypt, and Egypt has sovereignty. Anyone who wants to pass the Suez Canal needs authority from Egypt. Iran is actually trying to come out from the war on top. They're trying to say, now that you've attacked us, we demand an escalation, not just going back to the way things were, but actually we want full rights over who passes Hormuz and when. Why am I spending so much time on that? Because again, it just illustrates that we are talking really at cross purposes, or at very least, there's 2 competing narratives coming out. Trump is saying that Iran is begging for a deal, and that Iran has been defeated, and they're just waiting for it, and he has now given another extension in order to give Iran an opportunity, even though he says that they're begging, to give them an opportunity to complete the deal. Iran is saying, we're not really negotiating, we're willing to listen to the United States, but these are our demands that we are putting forth. So it's really two opposing narratives with regards to negotiations. There's been no meeting scheduled. Initially, when we talked a couple days ago and Trump said there's going to be 5 days, there was supposed to be a meeting scheduled in Pakistan between, it was reported, Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner possibly, and the Iranian foreign minister. There's been no meeting scheduled at this point. So at this point, things are a little bit frozen, at least what's being published. Obviously, there's a lot happening behind the scenes. But at this point, what's being published, everything is a little bit frozen. One very interesting report with regards to negotiations came out today when it was reported that the foreign minister of Pakistan asked the United States to ensure that Israel not assassinate Iran's foreign minister, Abbas Araghchi, and not assassinate Iran's Speaker of the House, Mohammad Ghalibaf, who are the chief negotiators. Now, that's not only indicative of the fact that Pakistan wants these things to go forward and has signaled those two people as the more moderates within, but I think that all has to do with the historical negotiations. Israel negotiating with Hamas, and meanwhile Israel tried to assassinate the Hamas leaders in Qatar. I think Pakistan is sensing Israel doesn't want the war to end now. It wants the war to go forward. And it asked the United States to do that. According to reports, the United States did in fact transmit that demand to Israel, and those two have been removed from the assassination list. Obviously, I don't know if that's true, and they might be assassinated, they might not, but that was being reported.
I had Moeed Yusuf on earlier.
I just want you to see what I was talking about. He's basically talking about the same thing, but elaborating on it a little more. But we're going to turn our attentions away from the warification because it is Friday and we want to know about the war, but we also want to enjoy our weekend, right? But in the midst of that, I found this interview that Soft White Underbelly did with the couple of the victims from the EpiPen Islands, and we're going to get into it. Okay, we are going to keep your hat on. Okay, let me set this video up. Let's get it set up. Let's go to this video. Because see, this is what they want us to forget about. So I want to make a point of thing that they want us to forget about. Why? Because they want us to forget about it. So this is Jeffrey Epstein survivor, Haley Robeson. Is one of the in the White House and Congress is trying to ignore, but we're not going to ignore her. We're not going to ignore her. All right. So let's take a look at this interview. All right. Hold on. Let's see. Where did it go? Where's the picture go? Well, you messing with my apparatus, Mr. T.
The following video contains explicit details from Jeffrey Epstein as a view to censor and you can watch the uncensored full-length version of this video at softwayunderbelly.com. I'm proud to have a platform where these women can share their stories and we can all learn from them. Survivor stories each Saturday for this month or two for the censored version of this. All right, Haley, where'd you grow up? Where are you from originally?
Miami, Florida. I grew up in Miami, Florida. North Dade.
Tell me about your family.
Both older sisters. My father was a homicide and robbery detective. He joined the force in the 80s when the cocaine cowboys were at its peak. So I had a lot of interesting stories growing up with my dad. My mom was in the banking industry, and then and we were, for the most part, well-adjusted children, big family. Big holiday celebrations. We were into equestrian. We did dance, gymnastics, swim team. We were busy. My parents kept us busy for the most part.
Sounds like a solid family.
You would think. Yeah. It was, there were some dark parts too, though. I had 2 older siblings, and watching my older sister, I think she was 14. I think I was right around 8. And my parents were having behavioral issues with her. She was my half sister. I didn't find that out until I was 18. And there were behavioral issues with her growing up, acting out when she was 14, not coming home, sneaking through the window. And I remember as a child, I was in elementary school. I think I was right around 8 or 9. And I would go to my friend's house down the street in Miami, and I would play with her after school, or, go over for dinner. And her brother would walk me home at night to my house. I was never allowed to walk home alone. And my sister's belongings and her clothes would be scattered all over our front yard with garbage bags. And that's when I learned that she was forced to go live with my grandmother, because my parents could not get her under control. There was just a lot of issues, and I would be getting up for school in the morning with my middle sister, who I shared the same school with. And my mom and my 14-year-old sister, half sister, would be in the bathroom fist fighting, throwing down, because she was making us late for school, or she wasn't getting ready on time. And that's, I think, where my childhood trauma started. Watching that kind of violence at 8 years old, 9 years old, with your mom and your sister. I mean, it's maybe not horrifying in the moment, but when you grow up and become your own mom, and you become a mother, it's horrifying. It changes your perspective a little bit on family. And then my dad, being a homicide and robbery detective, that was, he was never home. He was always on call. A lot of birthday parties and social events that he would miss out, which, as a child, you don't understand. But again, when you become an adult, you start to understand. You have bills to pay. You have children to feed. You have money that you need to make, a mortgage to pay. So I never had resentment. As I got older, I understood that concept. But we moved out of Miami, due to the fact that my father was running into people that he was putting in jail. And then our house got broken into. That was when my father and mother decided that we needed to move, and that he could no longer be a police officer in Miami with us in the same area, knowing that he's running into these perpetrators. And I'm talking like dirty cartel, like bad people. And then our house got broken into. So we moved, and we had a house built in Loxahatchee, which is out west in West Palm Beach, Royal Palm Beach area. I was 12 or 13 when we moved. Rode equestrian. But there was such a disconnect for me when I moved, because going from Miami, where all my friends were biracial, different economic status, different races intertwined, and then coming to Loxahatchee, where when I went to high school, I got made fun of a lot because I didn't look like a white girl. I had black curly hair. I looked Italian. I looked European, and I got teased a lot for the way I looked. And high school was hard. And I had my 2 older sisters, and high school wasn't good for me. It was where a lot of my sexual abuse started. I had a friend in middle school and in high school, and that was the first time I was sexually assaulted.
Oh, wow.
I would go over to her house to sleep over, and her 20-year-old brother would come in and wake me up at night.
Oh.
And when you're 13, you don't really understand the full. You think it's a crush, oh, I'm 13, I have a crush on my friend's brother. And the next thing you know, he wants to have sex with you or he wants to with you. You're 13, and that length. And then it was to the point where I would sleep over and she would have to lock her door.
Oh, no. Oh.
We would come to her house. Her brothers would give us weed.
Oh.
So it was like the party house. I would go over there and we would have alcohol. We would have marijuana. It was not a lot of guidance in her house. And eventually I stopped sleeping over. It just got really uncomfortable and awkward. My freshman year of high school, my sophomore year of high school, I had pretty good grades. I was pretty solid in what I wanted to do with life. And I was an equestrian rider. I competed. I had a thoroughbred and a quarter horse. And my dad.
Everybody coming in. This is the EpiPen Island victim. She's telling the backstory of her life. She's going to get into it.
And I were training my quarter horse and breaking her in together. It was a father-daughter memories of my dad. And then that all changed because I was hanging out with people I shouldn't be hanging out with. Having older siblings, sometimes you run with an older crowd. And we were going to clubs at 15,
Wow.
The girls that I went to school with.
This is before the ID era, y'all. This is before the ID era, probably.
That I considered friends. We were all going to nightclubs. We were all drinking. We were getting in. And at 15, I was at a friend's house. Her aunt was leaving for the weekend, and we had to stay at her house to watch the horses and take care of the barn and the house. And we went out that night, and ended up having people come back to the house. And I was raped.
Oh, no.
And it happened just like that. One minute I was in the pool with my girlfriend. Next thing I couldn't stand up. And then one of the guys walked me into a bedroom and said, I think you need to sit down. And at that point I had only had 2 shots of Bacardi. I wasn't aware of what was going on. And I ended up in the bedroom.
She was already cooking before she got to Epi's thing. She was already cooking. You know what I'm saying?
And he was on top of me, this 22-year-old man that I did.
My question is, where's the parents when all this is going on? Where's the parents when all of this is going on? That's my question.
Did not even find attractive. I didn't even like in that area. And I started crying, and I told him that it hurt. I just get my nut.
Epstein Island victim.
And I just remember laying in the bed, and I turned my head to the left, and I just looked at the door, and I just started crying.
Oh no.
My dad was giving me a hard time about not watching the news enough, so naturally I gave him a hard time right back. I told him most of what we're shown is designed to alarm us, not inform us. And that's why I asked Ground News to sponsor my channel. Ground News is an app and website that helps you form your own opinions by showing you every article published on any story. My favorite part is how it breaks down each news source's political bias, reliability, and even ownership, so you can actually see where your information is coming from. Let me show you how it works. Here's a story about the Palisades fires in Los Angeles. Ground News shows that 13 outlets covered it.
I'm going to check that out. But now we need to get back to this. Okay, let's get back to it.
Oh,
wow.
Because I was and he ripped me, so I was bleeding. And that was my first experience with a man ever. I woke up the next morning extremely sore. I obviously was aware of what happened. I just wasn't aware of the details. So I called him that morning and asked him if, did you at least work? Like, did you at least have enough decency to work? And he laughed at me and asked me if I wanted a relationship with him.
Oh, no.
And that was the first experience I ever had with a man, pretty much. So I was everything. It ruined.
That's her first, imagine that, y'all. That is her first experience with a man. And after that, I can already tell it's already downhill from there.
Everything for me.
Crazy.
And about 6 months later, I was heavy into drugs at that point. I was doing cocaine, a lot of Xanax. I was drinking a lot. And I was out of control because I had all these things that were happening around me and to me, and I didn't know what to say. And in my household, we didn't talk about things like that. It was very taboo. We don't discuss things like that. It was very much sweeping everything under the rug and pretending like everything was fine.
That's what I'm saying.
3 days. And my mom and dad sitting at the dining room table, and they called me over, and my sisters were at it. They sat me down, told me, like, you're living the direction of your life is not good. And if you don't stop, something horrific is going to happen to you. And I just remember saying to my parents, like, my dad was very upset. He felt very disrespected. But they put me in therapy. Never asked me what happened. They just put me in therapy. And I was crazy for a long time. I know this is confusing. I was in therapy while being abused by Jeffrey. Yeah, if you can believe that. Wow. And my therapist had told my mom, your daughter is displaying severe signs of sexual abuse and assault. But the only information she could give, even though she was my parent. So nobody knew what I was going through or to the degree or magnitude of what was happening. I was scared. And when I met Jeffrey, when I was 16, I had just turned 16 years old. I was recruited at the Canopy, which was a beach resort on Singer Island, by a classmate. She was the same age as me, and she recruited me and gave me his number. And within that week, I picked her up. I picked three of us, drove together to Jeffrey's mansion, and they told me it would just be a massage, an easy $200. And that's not.
So now she's getting into epi zone. Okay, so let's listen.
What took place upstairs? I was brought upstairs, and Jeffrey came out in a white bath towel, and he wasn't wearing anything else, just the white bath towel, and there was a massage table set up. And it was like a room within a room. So it was the master bedroom. And then you would walk into the bathroom, but it wasn't just a bathroom. It was a steam room, a sauna, a shower. It was like a room within a room. And when Jeffrey came out in his towel, it started off pretty innocent. I had my clothes on. He was laying on his stomach with the towel on, so I was just rubbing his back. And he flipped over and it became something completely different. And he grabbed me on the backside so firmly that it like pushed me into the table to get closer to him. And at this point, he had asked me to take off my and so I was just in my, and that's when he started to touch me in places, and he brought out sex toys.
Oh.
And I was completely uncomfortable with that.
Oh.
And the look on his face of disappointment, it was like being bullied or being berated because you didn't want to do the drugs. And in that hour, I was abused for that entire hour. And then he forced me to do things to him as he met and finished himself. And in that room, he looked at me and said, well, you're going to come back when I call you, or you're going to bring a friend. And he gave me that ultimatum. And that's what it was. And as a 16-year-old, you can imagine how terrifying that must be for anybody after already going through. I made a decision out of survival, and I stand by that choice. Do I regret it? Yes. Do I wish that I could have been an adult in that? Do I wish that I could have had somebody guide me? Do I wish that somebody would have came in and ran and opened that door and grabbed me? Absolutely.
You were 16.
I was 16. I wanted to get out. And for 2 years after that.
2 years.
It was horrifying. When I turned 18, after being abused by Jeffrey for 2 years, I decided that it was time that I move. Because legally at 18, you can move. You have that option. So when I turned 18 years old, I decided to move to Orlando, Florida. So shortly after Jeffrey, I moved. And I tried to start a new life. And I tried to start a new chapter.
How often were you seeing Jeffrey?
I think I went to his house maybe between 24 and 35 times through those 2 years. So maybe once a month. You know what I mean? It wasn't, maybe once or twice a month. I wasn't as frequent as most people think I was. And I brought, I think, 8 to 10 girls. But I went to his house more than once with those girls. So I was a recurring customer, I guess, or a victim, I guess you could say. But the girls had come with me more than once.
Girl, you are not a customer. You definitely a victim and not a customer. Where did she get that from? Customer?
And
customer, you're buying
when you did something horrific, or if you brought someone to Jeffrey that he didn't like, you would know about it because he would scold you for it. And then he would say to you, I told you the younger the better. Do not bring me this girl anymore. Don't ever bring her back to my house.
So see, she was bringing girls too. So she was, well, I wouldn't say, so trafficking is bringing state to state. So I wouldn't say she was trafficking, but she was definitely recruiting, but she was too young to realize that that's what she was really doing in the big picture things. But if it ever went to court, she would probably have to get immunity. Because then she did say that she was 18 and she was introducing girls into the situation, right?
Had him say that to me 3 times. He reprimanded me. And I didn't like the way it made me feel. I didn't like being in his presence. Wow. I just wanted out of West Palm. So I moved. And I moved to Orlando, Florida. I was an exotic dancer.
Exotic dancer.
For quite some time, couple years.
After all of that.
I fell in love. I was 19 and I met somebody. And it was the first time in my life that a man didn't force me to have sex. It was the first time a man didn't expect me to have sex.
Wow.
It was literally a man who wanted nothing from me, but just to be
right by you?
in my presence. And
The mindset of this all is crazy, that you think that this is the first time that you got with a man that you didn't feel like you had to give him some. That's just crazy. Like, everybody was raised different in different environments, but her story is just crazy, right? It's like you would think somebody would actually be too traumatized to be in a relationship with a guy after all of this, right?
That's sad.
And he was murdered in 2006.
Oh no.
And
damn. She can't catch a break.
That was probably one of the most horrific experiences of my life.
Oh man.
To have such bad experience with men, and then somebody that, instead of wanting to take from you, they just wanted to be there for you. And to have that kind of friendship, to be able to silence with them. And
that she finally got what that she really, really liked, that treated her like a woman, that wasn't like duping her for the sex. He got unalived. And she's saying that's the most traumatic experience in her life. Now, it brings you to, why do all the good people get unalived and all the evil people just stay here forever? You can't get, you see these evil people. I know y'all know some evil people around you. And you looking at them like they don't never go nowhere. But all the good people around you, you know, get affected. But all the evil people, they just keep going like the Energizer Bunny. Like that man that went down the road and messed with those people. Like him. Let's listen, y'all.
To understand what you've been through without questioning you, without asking you, but either. It was something I had never experienced before in my life with anybody of the opposite sex. So it was a sobering moment for me. It was a very sobering moment. And to try to clean up my act, and that night he was murdered. My mom and my aunt came and picked me up, and it changed everything. Everything hit the press with Jeffrey Epstein, and name was tarnished and dragged in mud.
Oh.
And so when I and everyone, I lost my family that day. I lost my boy. I lost a lot. But
wow.
Looking back in hindsight, when you become an adult, I realized that there was nothing wrong with me. The problem. I just needed somebody to sit down and listen and hear me and to see me and to believe me. I was called crazy. I was called a lot of things when I was not. And
wow,
it's a very re-traumatizing thing to go through when school trauma, and then you know, by the left in my house, my sisters had been moved out, so it was just me. There was nobody to really look after me or protect me until my mom. But it was too late. I had already been trafficked.
Oh, no.
And people think that trafficking means that you're sitting in a cell block or you're sitting in a garage, like, you know, with handcuffs on, and you're not allowed to go anywhere and you don't see daylight. And it's such a huge misconception of what trafficking is. And fast forward to bringing us today and seeing how everything has moved through the media and has been outed so publicly. You know, I think people, including the public, often forget that while everybody's reading these files and gossiping about the girls instead of trying to find justice for the girls, we're seeing this in real time, the same time that everybody else is seeing this and reading this material.
Wow.
We did not get a heads up. God. So it's reading, even ever in my wildest life imagined that there would be these kinds of heinous crimes or material in these files. When I stood at the Capitol and I advocated to release files for everybody, it needs to be out there so we can move past it. What I wasn't expecting was children being sacrificed, also contributing.
If you get a chance to pay attention to these files, there's a lot of info in these files. A lot of info, a lot of accounts, a lot of FBI interrogations and infos. And that's what the man that starts with a T, he wants to distract us from them all, because then people are going to be able to piece stuff together as to who did what. But he done ran down the road and started a whole war, and he think that we ain't paying attention to this, but we're overly paying attention to this. Let's continue.
To the abuse of minor children. I mean, how do you recover from that? How does America recover from? You can't put, you can't fix it. It's out there. And I think in retrospect, if we knew that this is the kind of salacious material that was in the files, maybe decisions would have been slightly differently in how we handled it. But because Epstein is the first huge public pedophile that has been so public, nobody knew how to handle us, the victims. Nobody knew how to help or how to help us. This was a learning curve.
But Savannah Guthrie interviewed y'all in 2019. I wonder if she's going to talk about that. Blessings to Nancy Guthrie, wherever you are. I hope you get home soon. But let's continue.
For everybody, for the victims, the police department, the government.
This
and
Obama guy, he keep coming back for me. Obama.
It's been horrendous. It's been ugly.
Like Obama too.
It's been re-traumatizing. And when you open those files and you're seeing my name pop up or the names of other girls that have also too been out, we're real people. We're real people with real trauma. This isn't just a Netflix documentary. This was our life that we lived as children. And I can't fathom staying quiet or staying silent. And I can't understand how a government can sit back for whatever reason, whether it's CIA, intelligence, or for whatever reason.
You know what the reason
Why are we sacrificing the children of America and around the world for our government affairs to keep everybody in line? Why is that a thing? That should never be a thing. Whether it's for government, whether it's for experiments, nothing. You never sacrifice children. That's not what we stand for as human beings. And seeing all of this unfold has been devastating.
You would think.
But we lived it and we survived it. And
girl, we dealing with a whole new level of human being right now. All right, we ain't dealing with a normal human being. And it seems like their main objective is to protect. You know who is all this is to protect. You know who.
The children in all of this that came from broken homes, that came from poverty, that came from maybe parents that had drug addiction. We are the outcome of that. We are what is left of Epstein. And in some capacity, when you take those files and you take the fragments that you received, nobody has been exonerated. Nobody should be getting off. Everybody should be investigated. I was a 16-year-old victim that was recruited and brought into this. And yet in Florida, during the 2009 investigation, I was brought in for a
bad skin day? CC Cream or CC Red Correct, the Korean skincare alternative to foundation with Korean Centella Asiatica extract, a transformative formula for a regal skin-like finish and improved skin quality over time.
Victim tell her story. So everybody come on in.
Cooking.com has all kinds of stays. For those
And
who love
it's
family
Friday.
results,
Everybody's enjoying their Friday.
and for those who do not.
Right, we're still here. Right, so it's a very
Exactly what you're
traumatic childhood.
Cooking.com,
A very traumatic childhood. She went right into one thing after the other. It's like terrible. I wouldn't wish her life on nobody the way that she was handled. My thing, I kept asking myself, is where's the parents? I heard her talk to the parents one time, and then she said, "Oh, it was too late. I was trafficked by us." So it's like,
I'm not coming on Saturday. I'm strapped for cash.
What?
There's no selling fees and it's super easy.
Let's listen.
Grand jury. I had to testify in front of a grand jury because the world thought I was a co-conspirator.
Wow.
So when I did this, as I'm not a co-conspirator, I'm a victim. And that was proven in the system. That was proven in court. That's my testimony. My testimony of all the abuse and trauma that Jeffrey has put me through. But
yeah, right.
Why? Why was no one else brought in for a grand jury? There were adults that were actively abusing
Because they tried to get rid of
There were
y'all.
co-conspirators that were actively abusing
Because
them.
of you know who.
Nobody can go to that length to prove they're innocent, but the child in all of this.
All featured artists on these conferences
It always comes back to
and have
you grew up in, the home that
to
you were
do with
raised.
or production.
In 2023, I believe, I'm a full-grown adult, and I was physically attacked by my sister. And it's public record. And the words will never not resonate with me when things like, I wish you were dead. The things that come out of people's mouths because they can't understand the trauma. They can't understand the situation. The parents out there that have children that want to protect the children, they have to start educating themselves in front of this and having honest conversations. We all, unfortunately, the abuse of our story in Florida children is that we were to bring other friends into this trafficking ring. That was the abuse. That was something that in 2023, when DeSantis had the press conference in Florida, he made all the files on a state level public. And the first thing the judge said was, this is the most heinous crimes I have seen against children. And the thing with Jeffrey Epstein, and I will never forget hearing this on Tucker Carlson, he was talking about what is the attraction to 14 and 15-year-old girls with braces and not fully developed. And he said, Jeffrey wanted to destroy the innocence out of children. It was a power that he wanted from children. And when you think about that, there is nothing more sinister than somebody that wants to break down a child for their own personal gain. But looking back on everything and the way that this whole case has been handled in Florida with all of the corruption, we may have some of the files, but the damage has been done to the credibility of the government. The damage has been done to the credibility and integrity of the entire case. Because no matter what documents now are released, it's already been proven that there's been damage done to those documents. So at what point as a nation do we stand up and do we say to each other, this is non-political? This is about the direction of our country and the direction that our government is sacrificing the children that you're supposed to be protecting. It stops becoming a safe place. And without children, without us protecting children, whether our own or others, where does the future lie? We're just creating more damaged people and making it impossible to get therapy. It's a vicious cycle, it sounds like. But this story of Jeffrey Epstein is not just about pedophilia. This is about a two-tiered mechanical system designed by man in power to hold that power, to sustain that power over the constituents that he depends on, the government depends on. And we as a nation need to understand that we put these people in power. Right. And we have to take that away from them. And unfortunately, the children in this case, the young in this case,
well, people still rocking with
we have all been so traumatized
through all of this. Can you
not just with our home life? So release the files, unredacted, and let every person in this country and around the world
get that to November.
See how far we've gone away.
We're going to get him in November, girl. But right now, he's doing everything and anything not to release those files in full. And we know why. But continue.
From God. It's dangerous.
My eyelash is flying again, yo.
It's insane that we're accepting that the files were released, but only some of them, and parts are blocked out, and it's like, how is that acceptable?
It's not acceptable, and they're breaking the law by their own admission into signing in the bill for the Transparency Act that Thomas Massie and Ro Khanna passed.
That's what they do. They
the
break
problem
laws.
that we're having is there's people in power that are not being held accountable from the top. And until we hold them accountable, until we hold them responsible and force them to come in and testify and to have open investigations to decide who is involved and who is not, it will never be anything more than a story about a billionaire.
Part of the reason too is y'all are afraid to mention that man that's name who starts with the T and come out and say out your own mouth what he exactly is, because they keep doing stuff to y'all and making unalivement threat, saying that can't be said. And that's probably part of the problem, because the girls aren't out there that they did those interviews with. Let's listen.
Or pedophile who had an island. And it seems as though if we don't come together and try to make changes for our country, this is going to be a repeat pattern. It's going to happen again.
Oh, no.
And
I hope not.
The fact that they're redacting all of these perpetrators,
we need to make sure it don't happen,
but not redacting the victims, that is another assault on not just the victims of Jeffrey Epstein. That is a war, an act of war on every survivor, Every child, woman, and man that have come
And that's
forward.
the thing that's really messed up about this. So they're redacting his name and all the people that they're protecting, but they're releasing the victim's name, the very names that they're supposed to be redacting to embarrass them and intimidate them. And it's a doggone shame.
To talk about their
It's
own
really
abuse.
backwards. It's backwards, y'all.
You can't intimidate us. Not with your smear campaigns. Not with your threat. Not with your lack of empathy. This will come out. It may take 10 years. It may take another 20 years. We don't know. And like I said, with the credibility of this entire investigation and the entire case starting from 2009 back in Florida.
That's too long, girl.
We may never
This
get
needs
the
to come
full
out in
truth
November.
because it's already been compromised.
No,
and that is the reality.
Yeah, it's really embarrassing.
It was
for our
the 1st
country.
of November.
Absolutely. I take a look at Europe. My Northern Europe. I love my Nordic countries up there. I've done a lot of media with them, and I've had a lot of conversations.
That the midterms were born.
The world is laughing at us. We are ran by a pedophile. We're run by pedophiles. And there's no way you will ever convince me that a group of 40 young girls could come forward with the same story.
Everybody come on in. We'll listen to the Epstein victim right here.
And that the country actually believes that we were fabricated or that we were a Democrat hoax.
Oh, no, girl.
You can't fake that kind of
abuse. Thank you, Crystal.
It doesn't happen.
Hey.
What do you think people misunderstand about the survivors?
Oh, there's a lot. I don't even know where to unpack.
Oh, gosh.
One thing that I feel like nobody ever touches on this, and I really need people to understand this, to understand the scope and the magnitude. Not everybody was trafficked.
What's up, Lolly?
A lot of the girls in Florida were sexually abused by Jeffrey. Some were trafficked. Majority were not. New Mexico, that we don't talk enough about. I would like to know more about New Mexico, but from my understanding, there's been a lot of experiments and a lot more dark sacrifices and horrific crimes against humanity. That needs to be investigated. But then you see that they just stopped, the DOJ is demanding them to stop the investigations. And it's like, here we are again, met with more resistance. And I think the writing's on the wall. I mean, there's only one reason why somebody wouldn't want to investigate possible crimes against children at a ranch. And, you know, that's huge. And I think that speaks volumes. And other countries look at that like, what are you doing? Like, what are you doing? And it is embarrassing. But it's interesting that geographically, when you look at Florida, New York, and New Mexico, all the abuse was different. The older girls that were models, mostly from my knowledge, were more trafficked out to other individuals and corporations. And yet the children in Florida, majority of us, were kept for Jeffrey. And then New Mexico has kind of been the silent factor in all this, hasn't it? Until recently with the files. And so that's something that the public needs to understand, is that the abuse was different geographically. And I know that may not make a lot of sense to a lot of people. It doesn't make sense with me. But unfortunately, Jeffrey's not, well, I don't want to say unfortunately. I guess it's fortunate that he's not here, but it's also unfortunate because we have so many questions that we would like to have answers to.
Right.
But also to, you know, with the public is, I understand if you've never been trafficked, if you've never been sexually exploited or abused, or you've never gone through that sort of trauma, it's very hard to understand. And I get that, but get educated. Please educate yourselves. Go talk to people that run coalitions, nonprofits, research what trafficking is to its core and what exploitation is. You know, I hear a lot of people say, it would never happen to me. You know, that is the first person it happens to, unfortunately, is a person that is so arrogant and ignorant to think it would never touch them. This was in our backyard. Jeffrey was doing this in our backyard. He did it while we were at school. You know, it's a very
at school
difficult thing to grasp.
Let that think in.
Do you see hope for for the situation in the future here?
What's up, Black Hawk?
I'm hopeful because of Thomas Massey and Rokana and their diligence and just their remarkable tenacity. It's incredible to watch. They're not letting this go. And they give me a lot of hope for America in general, and especially for the Epstein files to be released. And it's incredible to watch how this, in the very beginning, seemed to be a partisan issue. But as we're seeing, it's becoming more non-bipartisan as the time is going and more documents are being released. And now you have more Republicans like Mace and Luna that are coming out saying, oh, no. We want this released. We want the files out. This needs to be exposed. So I do see a lot more people showing interest and genuine concern for what's in those files. But until those people in the files are brought in front of a grand jury or brought in for questioning and investigations are opened up, my hope. I'm going to try to be neutral and positive, but realistic.
It's laughable and embarrassing that it's okay to edit or redact these files and release them that way.
It's disgusting.
It's disgusting.
And it's deliberate. And that's the part we need to start talking
Okay,
about.
here's your files, but we're taking out the
Very deliberate.
So ironically that you're bringing that up, because I've been probably one of the only survivors that have been very vocal on wanting transparency, to the point of where I've been like, don't redact my name. I don't care. I don't care if it's unredacted. I don't care if it's redacted. I don't give a crap.
Everyone's names seem to be out there anyway.
Well, and that was kind of like, well, there was two reasons for that. My first reason was I've never been protected. Why would you do it now? My name's been public for 23 years. There's no new information on me in that file.
Well, the names they're editing out are really the people in power.
That's the problem we're having, is when I said I didn't care if my name was redacted or not, that was not to signal that we want to redact the perpetrators.
Right.
And it's really something to see when Thomas Massey has to get on the phone with the DOJ and say, why is this name redacted? Les Wexner redacted? Really? Are you kidding me? That man was the staple in Jeffrey's life. That was, honestly, this would never have been possible without him. And again, I didn't need the files to know that. The files were to prove to America. I've been knowing that. I don't know if America has dabbled into a Les Wexner on a deeper scope. Go look at Abercrombie and Fitch. Look at the boys they trafficked through the modeling agencies. This is why it's so huge and why the files need to come out, is because this is not just about girls that are underage and not just about children. There are boys in that file. Wow. There are boys that are now grown men in that file that have never seen a day in court, that have been shamed into silence.
So there's men in the file too, and they're trying to hide that. See, how many people knew that it was men in the file too? How many people knew that it was men in the file?
Because of the stipulation and the horrific conversation circulating homophobia now. And they're scared to come forward. A lot of them. It's like, at what point do we sit back and say, these are the most heinous, egregious crimes against children and men and women that I have ever seen. And it is absolutely unacceptable for any government official to block the perpetrators in this.
Unacceptable.
Ehud Barak.
Unacceptable.
Oh, don't even get me started on him. I don't dig into the names very much because I wasn't trafficked. It wasn't my experience. But when I've heard stories about Virginia's book and Ehud Barak came up, and he was the prime minister, and I'm going to say his name until I'm blue in the face because I don't think there is a more heinous perpetrator in that whole file than Ehud. Not only did he rape these girls and traffic these girls, he physically abused them. What are we doing?
Oh, no.
As a nation, are we not upset enough? I don't
think they're upset enough, miss. That's right.
At what point do we take the side of the children? And do we say we have to go to war? It's been the children in all of this that have been going to war and battling things not just externally, but internally. It's not just the sexual abuse with Jeffrey, trafficking, it's the smear campaigns, it's the threats.
They got power.
Even though Jeffrey's dead, what about his accomplices?
And
then you have Ghislaine Maxwell. And I've been very outspoken about this with the Democrat female caucus. And I've said this in Congress. Why is she not back in prison? Why haven't we done that yet? You saw the files. America's seen the files. We know that she is more than a co-conspirator. She is a pedophile. She partook in all of this abuse. She aided and abetted Jeffrey's crimes. She partook in the crimes. And honestly, in my opinion, she was more so of the mastermind. And her abuse was just as horrific as Jeffrey's, if not worse. And yet she is in a summer camp. And I have been very vocal about why aren't we investigating who made that deal?
You know why she's in the summer camp, girl. Because she's the one person who could really tell what that thing that went down the road and messed with those people and got all these missiles popping. She's the one person who can actually implicate him. Hard body. And that's why she's over there petting puppies in the summer, laundry done, and probably her toenails painted. But you watch he drops in power. Watch how everybody turns on. It's almost like you got money, everybody's around. You got power, everybody's around. You running stuff. When you lose your power, look at what happened with Diddy. When you lose your power, everybody scatters. Everybody turns on you. Everybody scatters. They want to tell what you do. And that's what's going to happen to that man who's messing down the road with those people. Okay? That's what's going to happen when he loses his power, and it's coming. Because November is coming fast and furious. March, April, May, June, July, August, September, October, November. We got 7 months. 7 months too long. 7 months too damn long.
Who made that deal? Where did that come from?
You know,
Trump and his entire administration, you need to come in. Because as the least you can do is explain why you're in the files and why she got a deal. Bring Todd Blanche in. You can't.
What
you
she
can't
said? What you said,
talk
girl?
me into believing that Todd Blanche went to talk to Ghislaine alone the very first day. How many children are you going to bargain until you do the right thing? At what cost? How many more survivors have to die? How many more of us do we have to take our own life for you guys to see this is serious for us? Some of us are drowning in our own shit. Hoping that someone throws us a goddamn life preserver and everybody, including the adults, back, they're just sitting back and watching. What are we waiting for? What are we waiting for? I applaud Rocco. I could be 60 before I see anybody go to jail for what was done to me or to the other girls. That is the reality of this. And every day that we wake up fighting this, people look at us and they say, you're resilient, you're strong, you're courageous. You're a protective mother who has seen evils in this world that has consumed her. That is taking away stability, trust. It's taken away everything. Every women are fighting.
Iran's
love
videos, right? And one of the videos that our country is going hard. No, don't nobody country want him. Now he ain't even gonna be over there with Russell. With they don't even want him over there. Do him in. They waiting to get him out the country some kind of way. They waiting to get him out the country some kind of way. He didn't leave the country, no Iran. Hell, we'll change. I love what they want. Yeah, what
for people very close to all of that. Those things can be complicated. Those are obstacles that we on a daily basis have to go through. So at the end of all of this, regardless of how long it takes, there's already been collateral damage. Can't even equate at this point. Is arresting and investigating Everless to do. And here we are.
It looks like they're all going to just walk away unscathed. Well, you guys.
I know. Did you see that, man?
Dealing with
Did you see that?
The crap you guys have to go through.
The U.S. wants.
I want to believe that there will be an end to this, but unfortunately, I've also had to be realistic, and what the ending looks like in my mind versus what the ending is going to look like in reality, I have to understand those are two separate. They're very different. And I have heard a lot of representatives say that unfortunately they might be shamed, they might be embarrassed, they might lose their job. And I'm okay with that. I've come to accept that may be what is all that is done. But at least the victims don't have to keep carrying that shame and that burden anymore. Let the perpetrators, let the co-conspirators, let them carry that. The children shouldn't have to.
Well, they're
anymore.
working hard
It's not
so
our
that
burden.
they can't carry
The
it.
adults knew. All the adults knew what was going on. The police knew. The FBI knew. Our government knew. So
Everybody knows.
when you say about the survivors, when the public says or makes comments, well, you could have just left. Oh, yeah?
It's not that
the cops
easy.
could have taken our complaints a little more seriously and followed up. The FBI could have taken our complaints a little more seriously and actually investigated and did their damn job. The DOJ could actually feel some remorse and guilt about the way they've handled this document and file release and actually decide to make a change today and do the right thing for survivors, for the children in this. The adults are still failing.
The
country's failing. And until we start having those honest conversations, it won't change.
Wow. Deeper
All
than
right.
deep.
Haley, thank you so much for sharing your thoughts on all of this and telling your story.
This is the only
I
place
hope
that
things
she
get better
can speak.
for everyone, for the country.
I'm praying. It's hard to read those files and not be affected. Like as a country. But we all need therapy now after reading those files, if you want to be honest.
But as a survivor, it's got to be so difficult to know that nothing is really being done.
It is. It's terrifying because I look at my girl,
right?
My daughter, and she's 12.
Wow.
And I look at her every day and I'm like, God, I did not go through what I went through for her to go through it too. I am doing the best I can, co-parenting with my ex-husband to make sure that I have a child that's very, very well aware of the nature of what's out there without terrifying her, without pulling that light from her. That's hard to do as a parent. That's really hard to do. But when you see nations, countries that I went to, that I've done media with, are doing more for their constituents than my own government, it might take the United Nations to get involved. I don't know. I don't know what it's going to take for people to wake up and say, those conspiracy theories that we were all laughing about 10 years ago, saying how crazy this can't be true, never in my wildest dreams did I think that I would be at the center of it all, or a part of it, or attached to it. And I'm sure the other girls feel the same way. Jeffrey is a stain on all of our lives, including the government. That's blood on their hands. They have to make it right. And there are good people that are trying, but we need power, and there's power in numbers. So more people that join this fight.
All right. Haley, thank you so much.
Oh, you're welcome.
All right, people. So I'm gonna end it here. Things I gotta run around and do. I'll be on early tomorrow. I'm not gonna come back this evening on early
tonight.
Early.
As you can just
I want to come
within
on
the
early in the morning and get my early morning. All right. Be back early tomorrow. Watch the replay on YouTube. See. Okay, you can watch the replay on YouTube, see, Y to the Tube, see, Face to the Booksies, all platforms. All right. We'll see you here early tomorrow. Okay. Thank you so much for the 70K, y'all. All right. So everybody come back in tomorrow and we'll, oh damn, what happened? All right. And we'll see you tomorrow. All right. I will see y'all tomorrow. Love you guys. And I'll be back on early tomorrow. Thank you. Everybody have a great rest of the day. I got 5 minutes to get where I need to go. I didn't even realize the time. All right. Thank you so much, y'all. I'll see you later. All right. All right.
Is the Miss Knockout Show on the airwaves? So like, if I share, if I bless, if I the flow. Is the Miss Knockout Show? Now you already know. Hot topics, music, info, and more. If you ain't tapped in, what you came here for? MKO got the vibe, that's a full takeover. From beats to biz talk, yeah, the queen stay in clover. Trending every lane, I'm the glow you can't block. When I drop gems, whole chat go shock. We don't do brokeify, now we amplify. Stay blessed if I let the energy fly. Hit that tapify, keep it all in the flow. Cause it's the Miss Knockout Show. Knockout Show. Yeah. Hot topics, beats and the glow. You rockin' with Miss Knockout. Let's go. Let's fuck.